Hi, I'm Victor Kaminsky. Most of you have already met me. I will be your instructor for this course throughout the entire course. And basically, this is the book we're using. We're using The Essentials of New Jersey, 17th edition. No real estate book. Different schools use different books. And no book is perfect. A lot of these books are screwed up. So some of them need corrections. Some of them need to be explained in an easier way. And that's what I'm here for. Okay. Now, my job is to make sure you understand everything in here. Okay. So I'll explain everything. And once you guys got it, now it's on you to take notes, study it, to remember it. Okay. So if we move on, and you didn't get something, let me know you didn't get it. So I make sure that I explain it in a way that you do get it. Okay. And then that way I did my job. And now it's up to you to do yours. Okay. So don't go blaming me later on because you didn't know something because I didn't explain it to you. Okay. I'm more than willing to explain things before we move on to the next thing. I've done this before plenty of times to the point that the class has even been extended because I've explained things ad nauseum to people. Okay, so I have no problem explaining things to people. You got questions? Ask. Okay. Okay, Vic. Okay, see how that works? Back
Sounds good.
there you go.
There.
All right.
Hey, Victor.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is Kamlesh. Just a quick question. So the session is being recorded. The recording will be available the very same day in the evening, next day. How does it work so we can reinforce anything we might have missed?
Okay, at the beginning, I have to create so after the class today, after the day, I shut down the Zoom meeting. Zoom takes about an hour or two to turn it into a video file. And then I have to create a new YouTube playlist for this class and then upload the videos, and all that takes some time, So I usually get it done the same day, but sometimes the next day. So just to get it started, that playlist started. And then usually every day I upload the new video for each class that we've gone over. And then I will share with you guys tomorrow the link for that because it's not just openly available. I have to, the playlist is going to be for you. It's not just openly available for everybody in the public to see. I have to make it available for you. So I'll give you that link to have. All right, and then I sent you guys 2 emails. There was one email with the playlist from like some previous classes, and here, let me take a look. Let's see. So we have, as you can see here, I sent you guys this link. Zoom real estate class registration. Everybody got that because you're here in class now, right? So you guys will have that all down. This is your meeting ID. If it ever asks you for a passcode to log in, there you go. Your class runs from the 3rd to the 15th. Provided everything stays on, we stay on course and stay on topic and keep things moving along. Let's see. Then we have another email I sent you, the class shared drive and recordings, right? This is the link to the shared Google Drive. If you click on that link, it will take you here. And you can see there's a couple of there's a couple of folders in there. This folder, slideshows and links used in class. These are the slideshows that I'm going to be displaying on the screen for you. So if you go in there, you can see there's the class links Word document. This is the old one, and here's a new one that I created, and I'm starting to update all the links in it and content in it. Although this one has some information, if you scroll all the way to the bottom about the state exam, it'll show you how many questions on each topic and where you can find those topics in this book, what chapters. Because when you take the state exam, if you don't pass, they give you a printout of the different categories, the different topics, and how many questions were on that topic and how many questions you got right. So you could see what your weak areas were. And now you could use this guide that I created to see, okay, well, what's that topic? Okay, this topic is here. How many questions? Okay, and then this is This topic consists of what information from what chapters. And now you can know what to study to brush up on. All right, so that's basically all that is. And in here, there's the all the slides that are used, okay? And you can see all the chapter numbers, okay? Back to the main folder in the shared Google Drive, we have a supplemental materials folder. In this supplemental material folder is just all kinds of forms and documents that I show you and we use in class, that I show you that we use in real life. People always ask, well, where can I get a copy of that? Well, I made one available for you here. Okay, so you're not necessarily going to need to have all of these or to study all of these or anything like that, but I just make them available. Anything I show you in class, I make available to you. Okay, maybe a little bit overkill, but people ask, so it's there. Okay, and you guys will have access to it. You have access to it now, but you'll continue to have access to it. And then there's a folder here, chapters and quizzes. Okay, this is just additional. At the end of each chapter in this book, which they call units now, they don't call them chapters anymore. I guess they changed the language. Each chapter, I still call them chapters because I'm old, okay? And that's how I learned it. So each chapter, at the end of each chapter, there are some quizzes for you that you could use on your own to test yourself out. And the answers are printed in the back of the book on page 615. If you want to put that in your notes, page 615 is where you can get the answers to all the chapter quizzes. So this folder has additional chapter quizzes that are different than the ones that are in the book. Okay, so sometimes people want new study guides or more quizzes. Well, I got plenty here from this version, for this version book, and for previous version books. Okay, there's still a lot of questions there that would be relevant, and these have their own answer keys, as you can see right here. So each chapter has its own answer key, overall answer. Yeah, 15 quiz answer key. Unit quiz answer keys for all of them over here. All right, then there's an 85 question sample exam from PSI. All right, now you could also go to PSI's website. PSI is the state's testing facility. They're the ones, which I'll show you the links and we'll go there, where you can get some, they give you a couple of free interactive exam questions so you can see how they do it on exam. They give you a couple of practice questions for free, but then they try to sell you some practice, some to get more questions to study. Okay, you go through them or another service that I like, which is which I put in that email here. So if we go back to this email with the shared Google Drive and we scroll past all these past classes, there's one called ProRealEstateExam.com. They charge about $60 and it's interactive. You could have it on your cell phone or your other device, and you could do unlimited quizzes for yourself. And you answer a question. If you answer it wrong, it tells you right away that you got it wrong and why you got it wrong. And for me, I found that very helpful for me when I was getting my license way back when. And then when I went back and got my broker's license, I paid for that stuff. But back then it was like $100, So they came down on prices over the years, but it's still a pretty good resource, just like the PSI one. Not sure how much PSI charges. You'd have to check with them. And then there's another one here that's free. It's called Quizlet.com. It's like a flashcard app. It's a website and an app where you could create your own flashcards, or you could just copy ones that other people have already created. They call them flashcard sets. And once you create a login for that website, which is free, you could save people's sets to your favorites. And now they're your sets. And now you can modify them and you change them and use them as you wish. So you don't have to recreate the wheel, typing everything up from scratch. Okay. So people always ask for resources like that. That's why I'm just going over it with you right now, because people ask. Okay. So these are some ways that you could study. okay? Because a lot of this course is vocabulary. Nothing here is rocket science in this class, okay? But it is a lot of new information. A lot of it is terms and definitions, and you're basically learning a new language in 2 weeks, the language of real estate, okay? So some of these terms you may be familiar with, some of them you may not. But you're going to be learning new terms and definitions is most of it, but you're going to learn some legal, a little bit of Latin words. You're going to also learn some, contract and contract stuff and laws. But the majority of it is terms and definitions that you need to know to pass this exam. Math, there'll be a little bit. Don't hyperventilate. Calm down. There's a little bit of math, not a whole lot. All right. So technically, you could get all the math questions wrong and still ace this exam if you wanted to. But you just got to get all the other vocabulary right. So, okay, so study does require study. All right. And here's just our other social media links and whatnot, or our YouTube site. All right. I think that about covers it. Oh, in the shared Google Drive, I got some audio stuff here. Yeah, I got a couple of audio reviews here. These are older. As you can see, they're from back in 2016. They're a bit older. So some stuff has changed in it, but the majority of it is correct still. So these are actually great. Like, people like to go to the gym or walk and listen to the audio files and stuff. It's like an interactive thing with me asking classroom questions about the terms that we've learned at the end of a course that I taught once. So I have all of this, that interactive, and a lot of people find that useful as well. All right. And I have some notes here to show you what the only differences are now today. All right. And as long as you guys are remaining in this course, in this class, and you're not switching between day and evening and weekends, as long as you guys stay and finish with this class, no need to keep attendance. The Zoom will keep the attendance record. That's why you're required to be logged in order to get into this Zoom class. It's not just a matter of registration, but you also needed to be logged in to get in, if you noticed. So that's how we were able to track your attendance as far as being logged in. And then throughout the class, I will be giving random attendance polls, like one I'll throw out right now. Let me throw out a poll right now for you guys so you can see how this is done. So a poll popped up on your screen. Just click on the word present. Do not click on do not select this option. Just click on the word present. And this is the way that I make sure you're paying attention. You didn't just log in and walk away. Sometimes people will then turn off their cameras and, oh, I'm here. In the meantime, they go off and they do watching cartoons or whatever it is that they're doing, So I just want to make sure that you guys are here paying attention, okay? We're required to keep attendance according to the Real Estate Commission. So, all right, so everybody answered that poll, so I'll end it, and then boom, it goes off the screen like that. So that was easy deasy, right? So as long as you guys are not mixing classes, that's how it gets done. If you're mixing classes, then I require you to keep your own attendance sheet. So if you should stop taking this course and then you're going to pick it up again somewhere else, then I require you to take your own attendance sheet, write down what date you were here, what hours and all that. And then this way later on, I can go back into Zoom records to confirm it. Because I'm not going to be chasing around trying to figure out which class you were in and all that. With Zoom records, it's a pain in the butt to try to find. But if I know where to look, it's easier. Okay. So I'm not going to try to recreate everything for you. But if you're going to be mixing, we do allow it. But then I put the burden on you to keep track of your attendance so that I could then just go and confirm it later. All right. Enough of that. So how does this class work? Well, let's get into the slideshow, because I think the slideshow pretty much talks about it. But so once again, this is your book, your Real Estate 17th edition. It's a thick book, right? Oh my God, how are we going to go through this in 2 weeks, are we? Well, let's see in the in this book. Let's see what do we got here. Hold on, the full screen here. All right, so in this book, we have in the back, there's a glossary, words and terms, and then there's the answer keys, and then there's some sample exams. Then we have the law, the rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission. A lot of rules. Rules. A lot of rules. And this is all stuff we're going to be learning, basically. How not to break the rules. Then we get into the laws, the real estate laws. So we're going to be learning a lot of terms and definitions and stuff are basically based on the laws and rules and practice of real estate anyway. All right. And then we have the members of the Real Estate Commission. Okay, and then there is some sample exams, more sample exams. And then we have chapter 22, which is just math. We're not going to do chapter 22 just on math because we're going to do math as we come across math problems. This way, nobody plays hooky that day who hyperventilates when they hear the word math. So we're going to do math problems as we come across them. So we're going to do up to chapter 21. So we just cut a lot of that book off. Okay, so that's what we got to get through now instead of all that. So we trimmed a lot of fat off of that. All right, and then on the first opening page of the book, there's formulas on the cover. If you just open up the cover, you can see some math formulas there. We're going to be learning about this stuff, and on the back cover, there's some more math formulas, but the front cover is the one we're going to get to. And I have that built into the slideshow. So without further ado, let me open up the slideshow and get us there. Boom, boom. And there we go. Everybody see a slideshow from them? All right, so these are some videos I need to update. These are a little bit older, but they basically have the gist of them. According to our website, stuff's a little bit different because we got a new site there now since I created these videos. But they explain you how to sign up for the class. You guys already did that. But how to take the school exam. You basically, when you're done with this course, when you're done with the class, you have to be present for 80%. So that means that you could miss up to 2 days without having to make it up. But to get the content, you could just watch the videos and get the content, or sit in another class when it rolls around to get the same content again. So we are flexible in that regard. But the Real Estate Commission requires you be here, you be present for at least 80% of the time. So if you miss a day, you don't necessarily have to make it up, okay? But you can't miss more than 15 hours of class. You miss more than 15-hour class, you need to make up the time. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to take the exam and go on from there. So school exam, you go to our website and you basically get it, you get it started there. I think we go over that here in the slideshow, so I'm not going to go running back and forth all over the place right now. Let me see. Somebody typed a chat question. Now, if you're going to miss some time, I mean, you could let me know, but either way, we keep track of it. You know, try not to miss any. You know, but if you have to, then like I said, you can miss up to 2 days, 15 hours without having to make it up. All right, so I got a couple of videos. These are videos that are on the school's website on the first page and on the exam page that show you how to register for state exam with a whole bunch of links there and everything. On average, our students do very well. If I updated this, it's even better. So, you know, you ask some schools, you call them up, they say, oh, we have 100% pass rate. Yeah, I'm sure we had months with 100% too, but that's nonsense. That's somebody pulling the wool over your eyes because, yeah, we got no control over how you test. You know, that's nonsense. So I usually don't even pull up those exam test scores that the PSI sends us for the results of students. Okay, so as you can see, we're a licensed real estate school. I'm the director. License is up to date. Everything's good. We're licensed with the Real Estate Commission, which is a division of the Department of Banking and Insurance. Okay, welcome from the director. Hi, that's me. All right, so basically, here's some stuff we need to go over before we get into the course. Class has to be paid for in full in order for you to get credit for it. You have if you've been convicted of a felony within the last 5 years, especially conspiracy to defraud, theft, etc., you're probably not going to get your license, but you could still get some good stuff out of this class. Okay. Let me see. If you need another book, you lose your book or anything, it's $42 for another book. We also have them available digital, but those digital books, it's not what you think. It's not just a PDF document that you can copy and share. It's you have to download one of these virtual book readers, and then it goes through the app to protect copyrights and all that stuff. I like the hardcover book better. You can highlight in it easier and take notes and whatnot. Okay, no refunds for the class after it's begun. It is begun. Students have 6 months to initially complete this course. That means 6 months to take and finish this class, which is going to be done in 2 weeks. Okay, so something happens, you can't finish it right now. You still got 6 months to come back and finish this course. Okay, you need to finish it within 6 months, not just the class hours, but also pass the school exam. Everybody get that? 6 months to finish this class and pass the school exam. We give you up to 1 year of free retakes for review purposes. So after you finish the class, if you want to take it again, because before you go take the state exam, you're more than welcome to. Although it would probably be more convenient just watching the videos at your own pace, but we allow you to do that, okay? But if you go past the 6 months for us to certify your hours and your exam for the state, your school exam for the state, you can do a one-time extension for an additional $100. No other school does that. We're the only one that does. Other schools say, hey, retake the entire course. Okay. Passing score is 80%. So you have to be here for 80% of the time. We give you out those polls, which I showed you an example of. And you got to maintain your own attendance sheets if you're mixing, matching. I already went over that stuff. Passing score for the school exam is the same as for the state, 70%. There's 110 questions on the exam, both school exam and the state exam, 110 questions. 70% is passing. So that means you can't get more than 33 questions wrong. 33 questions wrong is passing with a 70. Okay, school exam, we include 2 free attempts with the school exam. It is provided through a third-party testing software provider. We put all the questions in and they deliver it through our website. So you have 2 free exam attempts there. If you need a third or fourth, it's $20 for each, for 2 more additional attempts until you pass it, okay? Let's see, according to the Real Estate Commission rules, they have us tell you this. A year is a year is a year. That's how long you have to get your real estate license from the day you complete your education requirement. Can anybody tell me when you've completed your education requirement?
From the moment you pass the school exam? No?
Bingo. So it's not just finishing the hours, but it's also passing the school exam. So once you finish and you pass the school exam, from that day, you have exactly 1 year to get your license, not just to take the state exam. I have to repeat this because I get students that come back to me all the time that they didn't make it, that they missed the date or whatever. Look, you got 1 year, not just to take the state exam, but also to get fingerprinted, find a broker to affiliate with, and send $160 made out to the state treasurer of New Jersey to get your license for the first time. Okay. Your licenses, I say for the first time because your licenses are renewed every 2 years. Okay, no exams or anything are needed for that. You just need to take 12 hours of continuing education classes within every 2-year period to renew it. That's it. And that can be done online, in person, or what have you. We'll go over that stuff later on once we get into chapter 1. All right. So a year is a year is a year. You have 1 year to get your license. When you send in that money, you're not gonna send in any personal checks. It's gonna be a broker's check or a money order for $160 made out to the state treasurer of New Jersey to get your license. You're also gonna send in the results of your fingerprinting that you're gonna get done. I'll show you how you get it done. You got to go to a specific place. And it doesn't matter if you just got fingerprinted for something else, you need to get it done again. And then you guys also need to affiliate with a broker, because once you pass the state exam, they're going to give you some paperwork, PSI, the testing center, and your brokers, you're going to have to check off which license type you want, either a referral agent or the salesperson. Only check off one. Okay. We're going to go over what those license types are and what they mean. And then your broker has to sign off that they signed an independent contractor employment agreement with you and that you're going to be working under them, because you can't get licensed unless you're supervised by a licensed broker. All right, instructors will never have students taking turns in class reading. That's boring and not a good way to teach, okay? I don't even read from the book. Sometimes I do, but the majority of the time I just explain this is that, that's that, we'll move on, you know? So I don't give you quizzes that we sit and wait for you to give the answers to. I'll just ask you questions about something that I just explained to see if everybody's getting it, okay? This is your safe environment. This is where you get things wrong and then you ask questions you feel comfortable about it, all right? Students attending online classes, which this is now, it's a shame I need to say this, but sometimes I got to, because you should see some of my classes I've had in the past. Please be fully clothed in class, you know. Watch your language, although sometimes I swear too, you know, I know how it is, but, you know, just don't do the F word out of every other word out of your mouth, okay? Don't be getting drunk or high in class, please. And you'll need your highlighters for this class. Be respectful towards everybody. And here's my information. If you don't got it, victor@careerpathacademy.com is my email address. And this is the main school number, which will forward to my cell phone number if I'm not in the office, okay? Just don't send any text messages there because I won't get them. You have to send them to my cell phone, which I believe you all have already, the 908 number. Okay. And what class is this that you're in right now? You're in the salesperson day class. Today is the 3rd of March. So it's SPD for salesperson day class dash 0303 2024. Okay. So that's if ever in the future you're asked what class you were in, whoa, gotta shut off that ringer. If you're ever asked what class you were in, well, that's it. This is the class. All right. That's your class ID. All right. So qualifications to get your real estate license. Real Estate Commission wants us to go over this stuff, so we're going to go over it real quick, bang it out of the way. Okay, so before you enroll in any of these classes or take these classes, just know that the Real Estate Commission requires all applicants for a license to possess good character, be trustworthy, possess honesty and integrity, according to the New Jersey statutes. That's what NJSA is. 45:15. Statute is the laws, basically. It's real estate law. Anytime you see a law that begins with 45:15 like this, they're talking about the real estate law. Okay. Now, to enforce this requirement, all applicants for licensure must submit to a criminal history record check. In addition, presuming you successfully complete the course at the time you take the state exam, you're going to have to answer some screening questions. Okay, they're going to ask you a bunch of questions. You know, you're behind in child support, or have you been convicted of a felony? Have you been, things like that nature, which I'll show you some of those questions that are going to come up in one of these slides. Okay, now, in order to get your license, you need to be at least 18 years of age or older, have a high school education or equivalent. So you have to have a high school diploma. You don't need to show it to me or to the state unless they ask for it, but they'll just ask you the question. Did you complete at least a high school education? Okay. Don't lie about that. So the statutory qualifications also include the absence of any convictions for forgery, burglary, robbery, and theft offenses other than shoplifting, criminal conspiracy to defraud, or any other like offenses within the last 5 years. As noted above, the law also provides an applicant for a real estate license to establish their general good character, honesty, worthiness, and, look, if they're going to give you a real estate license, they're going to give you access to get into people's houses with a lockbox key and all that stuff and kick the owner out of the house. They want to make sure you're not a thief. You're not going to be stealing their crap, right? You have access to their personal information, social security numbers, things, the sensitive financial data. They want to make sure that you're not going to be a thief or going through that and using it for nefarious means. So they have some requirements to do some background checks on you, okay? Which, let's see, that's convictions for shoplifting and other offenses, which occurred more than 5 years ago, or the loss of a real estate or professional license for cause may constitute grounds for the denial of your license, depending on what it was, how bad it was, the severity. Did you have remorse for what you did? How long ago was it? Things of that nature. Just be honest with them when answering the questionnaire. Because if you're not honest, it shows that you're a liar now, and the lie is worse than the crime that may have been committed years ago. Consequently, the commission considers the date and nature of all convictions. So if they ask you a question, were you ever arrested of a felony, or were you ever arrested? Those are two different questions. They're not looking for DWIs and things like that, but don't lie about that. Disclose it if they ask, but that a DWI is not going to prevent you from getting your license. Okay. So the commission does consider the date and nature of all convictions and offenses, the applicant's character, honesty, how truthful they were about it, all those things they take into consideration. They believe in second chances for people who have remorse and who grew up. All right. So let's see. The purpose of this notice is to urge you to consider whether any of these things can affect your ability to get your real estate license right now. Although you still get a lot of good stuff out of this class, even if you don't plan on getting your real estate license. So I suggest sticking with it. We teach you how to do some investments, how to do tax appeals, all kinds of other good stuff like that. So should you pass the exam, your state exam, you'll be required to sign a form, which your answers to the screening questions that they're talking about become part of your application for your license. So if you lied about any of those questions, that constitutes grounds for a reason to revoke your license later on. Okay. And once again, you see all these statutes, 4515. Okay. So here are some of the screening questions that they would give. With the exception of motor vehicle violations, have you ever been convicted of a crime, misdemeanor, disorderly persons offense in New Jersey or any other state or by the federal government? And are you presently on probation or parole? Is there criminal complaint, disorderly persons charge, criminal accusation, or criminal information presently pending against you? Or are you presently under indictment in New Jersey or any other state or by the federal government? Are you in any pretrial intervention programs, PTI, or any other similar state or federal programs that involve the deferral or disposition of criminal sentencing in a matter? Have you ever had a real estate or other professional license or similar certification or credential revoked, suspended, or surrendered in lieu of formal prosecution or denied in any other state or in New Jersey before in the past? Has anybody here ever had a real estate license before?
No.
Has anybody here ever taken and completed the real estate course before, but just never went and got their license?
I have.
Okay, so you passed did you take it to the point that you passed the school exam?
Oh, I don't remember. It was a long time ago. It was like 14 years ago.
Don't worry about it then. Don't worry about
Yeah.
it. Yeah, usually that long ago, it's not going to make a difference, but sometimes because I think back then they were using a different service anyway. It wasn't
It was like
PSA.
somewhere in the range of like 12 to 14 years ago, but
Yeah.
it was definitely over 10 years ago.
Because the reason why I asked the question is PSI would put a lock on your name in their system because they figured that if you got the approval to go take your state exam, by now you probably got your license, so they put a lock on it so nobody else is trying to get a license under the same name, and
Oh, so I actually already dealt with that because I went on to PSI to just look at the like scheduling and stuff, and actually had an issue because they had me in the system, but I already like I spent 2 hours on the phone with PSI last week getting it cleared. So.
Okay, good. Yeah. That's why exactly why I asked the question, because sometimes even after I enter you in the system, I enter you into their system, PSI will send an email to you saying, congratulations on completing your education requirement. You can now take the state exam. But you won't get that email after I enter you in the system if they have a lock on your name.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I cleared it. Thank you.
So you already cleared that, so you're good. Okay. Yeah,
There's one thing,
Yeah.
about 4 years ago, I started taking the courses with you,
Mhm.
but I didn't finish the courses because,
Don't worry about it then. Yeah.
okay.
This is only if you completed the course and passed the school
Mhm.
exam and I uploaded your information, but you never took it any further past that. That's when it would create the problem with PSI.
Okay, no, I
Okay.
did not complete the test. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So if you're behind on child support by more than 6 months, that could delay you getting your license. Just like with most jobs, it could also so that could prevent you from getting a professional license until you get this cleared up. Or if you explain to them you're getting this job because you want to be able to pay your child support, they take it all into consideration. Okay. So just keep that in mind. That's why they asked that question. But they also ask questions now. I should update this list a little bit. They also ask questions about the healthcare. Oh, wait, no, this is the updated list. Okay. It says, or during the past 6 months, have you failed to provide any court-ordered healthcare coverage or failed to respond to subpoena relating to paternity or child support proceedings, things like that? Are you under the age of 18 at the time of taking this exam? Because, you can't get your license in New Jersey unless you're 18 or over. You have to be an adult. Do you now hold or have you ever held a license issued by New Jersey Real Estate Commission? Are you a high school graduate or holder of a GED? That's an equivalency to a high school diploma. And do you currently hold a real estate license issued in any other state? Does anybody? Licensed in another state? No. Okay. All right. So I'm going to have these. You're going to notice this throughout this course. I usually put these in here. I went to the state's, the Real Estate Commission's website, and they have a disciplinary actions page where you could see if somebody was ever found guilty of something and they had charges pressed against them, and then there was a result to it. So you could see that disciplinary action history there. So I tell everybody, be honest on that application, because look, here's a guy, this was in 2023, not too long ago, admitted to a conduct violating this rule that falsely responded to questions on the qualifying questionnaire with the renewal of his license, that he procured a license then through fraud or misrepresentation or deceit, and by misrepresenting the status of his court-ordered child support obligation, that he engaged in conduct demonstrating unworthiness, and he's ineligible for any license issued by the commission until such time there's no arrearage in his child support. And he also agrees to pay an additional $1,500 fine. Okay, so don't lie on the application. Okay, can I be any clearer than that? All right, here's some more examples of people having their licenses revoked for certain things. And it's not that that one was about child support. This one's about somebody because criminal felony tax evasion, which constitutes conduct demonstrating unworthiness, incompetence, bad faith, or dishonesty. Failure to provide the rec within 30 days of a guilty plea that they the guilty plea violation of conditions of his probationary real estate license by failure to disclose he was a convicted felon for tax evasion and failure to disclose that. Okay, so basically he had an insurance producer's license that was revoked. So guess what happened to his real estate license? That also now got revoked. And he had to pay a $10,000 fine. Here's another lady. She failed to notify the rec within 30 days. So basically, if you guys ever do get arrested or accused of a crime, you have to notify the real estate commission within 30 days. Otherwise, that could be grounds for suspension or revoking your license. Okay. So she failed to notify.
Question.
Mhm.
Sorry. So, if you get arrested within 30 days, let's say if charges are dropped or whatever, you still have to notify them?
No, not if they were dropped, but if you're
Just if you were.
Yeah, if you're arrested, well, let's see. She failed to notify the rec within 30 days of filing of criminal charges against her, and in the aforementioned behavior demonstrates unworthiness. Okay, so yeah, if you're arrested for something, but then but then those charges are immediately dropped, don't worry about it. But if it's ongoing, before they're dropped, let the rec know, because they have to take action against. Like, they may suspend your license temporarily until there's an outcome for certain types of offenses, like kidnapping, rape, murder, geez, I'm trying to remember what do they call it? It's like a criminal conspiracy to defraud, things of that nature. They have to take action. So because if they didn't, and just allowing you to continue working until there's an outcome, even though you're innocent until proven guilty, until there's an outcome to certain kinds of things, they would be complicit that if it happened again because they didn't do nothing, that they're trying to avoid that. Okay. All right. So to get your real estate license, you got to go to psiexams.com/NJRE. Okay. So that's where you go to take your exam, your state exam. Okay. Now, this is the exact link that you really go to, but I'll send this all to you. And PSI will send you an email with this information as well after you pass the school exam and I enter you into the system. Now, remember, when you go to register for the state exam, you have to select the salesperson combo exam. They have different exams there. If you click on broker's exam, because look, people, they sign up for this class right here and they're like, yeah, I'm looking to sign up for the broker's class. No, you're not. You're looking to sign up for the real estate salesperson class. Broker's class is a different type of license, and you have to be a salesperson for 3 years before you can go to get your broker's license. Okay, so make sure you select the right exam, because they don't have a lock on it for some reason. They allow you to register for the wrong exam, and I've had students before that still went and they selected the broker's license. They took the harder broker exam and managed to pass it, but it didn't count for anything. You're not getting your salesperson's license. That would suck, right? So make sure you click on the right exam. So this is basically the link that's going to get sent to you, but I also send you guys this one, and I also have it available on our website on the school exam page. Okay, I have all these links about fingerprinting, registering for the exam, all that stuff. I have all the details with all the direct links to everything on our website on the school exam page. Okay. So let's see, where does that take you? If you click on that, can you guys still see the web browser right now? What are you guys seeing in front of you? Oh, no, you're on the slideshow. Okay, so we went to a web browser. So let me go to the web browser. Where is that web browser? There we go. So that link takes you here. You guys now see it says New Jersey Real Estate. Okay.
Yes.
So that takes you right here, and you can see the different test options. It's New Jersey Real Estate Broker Combo, Real Estate Broker Combo Spanish. Oh, they have it in Spanish now. There you go. Instructor's license and salesperson combo. Okay, and you could take it on site in person, or you could take the exam online. Okay. So make sure you select the right one, because the link that they send you, though, is going to take you here. And this, you have to know that you'd have to click on tests here and then come down to it. It's a pain in the butt. So I have it clear, and I'm going to send you the right link where you go to later on. Just make sure you select this one down the bottom, the salesperson combo. Okay. But while we're here, see, it says view available tests, check for available dates for your testing. This is how you go register. But you see down below, it says take 2 free mini diagnostic tests now. You can take the sample exams here, and then they sell you additional ones if you want to take some practice tests. Okay, so you can take their practice tests over here. Okay, that's where they have them on that page. If you want the links to them, I do have them in that shared Google Drive. Slideshows used in class, and it's here in the new class links file in the Word document. I have all of these links there, but I'm also going to send them to everybody right now in the chat window. Boom. See that? Just popped up on your screen. All right, so I just sent you the link to this page. So it's 220 question, 35-minute timer on it. Okay, they give you a little bit less than 2 minutes for each question. Yeah, state exam, by the way, and school exam is timed, by the way. That's 4 hours. You got 4 hours to answer 110 questions. All right. So the salesperson exam on our website, here's the link directly to where you could take that. And if we were to click on that, takes you here. Salesperson school exam registration page. Okay. So basically on the left-hand side on our website, all you got to do is scroll down to where you get the salesperson school exam registration. You register for the exam, and then I enter you into the system. And then after, and only after I enter you to the system, then you can click on this link to actually start the exam on our website. So on this registration page, which you guys could all see, right? Yes, you're all focused on that. Here's that video I was saying. That's the old example of our website here. But here's all these links about fingerprinting, the link to PSI for taking the exam. There's a form you got to fill out and take with you to the fingerprinting center. Let's see what else we got here. How to get your real estate license number. So after you pass the state exam and you send all the information into the state, how do you find out that your license was issued? Because they don't send them to you in the mail anymore. So how do you know? Well, you could click on this link, tinyurl.com/NJRE licensee search, or I actually bought a couple of domain names and I pointed it to that. I forget what they're called. What are they called? Let's see. NJRE rec license. NJReclicense.com is a domain name that I bought. I should add that here to the slideshow, or NJ Rec License NJ Real Estate License Search. There you go. Either way, both of these links take you to the same place. You click on it. It takes you here. And basically you type in your name, like Kaminsky, Victor, do a search, and then boom, you can see I am an actively licensed broker. It came up twice because I'm a broker of 2 agencies, okay? Jersey Brokers, and then my referral agency, Quality Relo. All right. And you see EMP ref number, that stands for employee reference number. That's the license number. They call it a reference number. So for each brokerage has its own license, but I have my license. This is my real estate license. Okay. And you click on that and it shows you, you know, been licensed since January 2004. My license is set to expire or come up for renewal on 2025. And that's it. So if we're back here at the school website again, you also have, let's see, tiny URL pocket license. The pocket license is you have to carry around, you have to print out and carry your pocket card, your pocket license with you when conducting business. So you can come here, you put in your reference number or put in your name, and then you can create a login on the Real Estate Commission's website so you could get access to it, and then you print out a copy of your license, okay? For me, I do it through the portal as a broker, but I don't come here and then have to go to a link. For me, there's a shortcut where I do it. I just go to the nj.gov website, because I run a brokerage, so I'm able to do this, and I log in, showing you how I do it. And then I go to, let's see, Quality Relo. And let's see, I could print out the licenses. I could hire or terminate licenses of agents, file a new application for agents. Here's that qualifying questionnaire. License renewals. Let's see. View or print licenses. So I go up here and I could go for my license or any of my agents' licenses. You know, I could go pick them out. If I want to print them all, select a license from the list, you know, select one from the list. I'm going to select my own. Here we go. Come on. What happened? Why did we freeze up? Come on, mouse. Oh. Tell me the battery just died on my mouse. That would suck. Okay. So I click on that and generate license. And then open that license. And you can see that's what the license, the pocket card looks like. All right. Now, let me zoom that a little bit. You can see a little better, right? And that's what it looks like. Just died on me. Need a cable to charge. And you need to carry around this pocket card with you anytime you're conducting business. Okay, that's basically the bottom line. You go into a secure building that has security guards or whatever, or a gated community. The guards are going to ask you not for your business card, but for your pocket card, your license. They're not looking for your driver's license. They're looking for your real estate license to make sure that you have legitimate business that you're conducting. Okay. back to the slideshow. Sorry, I got to use the thing here now with my fingers because my mouse just died on me. So let me charge up my mouse and grab a charger here. See if I got a spare cable. I'm going somewhere. No work. I think I got one. All right. I'll get that set up in a moment. Once again, if you have any questions about getting your license, you can also contact and speak to one of the real estate commission investigators at the phone number listed here. But they're not going to be able to tell you definitively until you actually apply for the license. And when you apply for the fingerprinting, there's a code here that you need to put in, which is actually on the fingerprinting form as well, which is on our website, too. So let's go back to our website, which was over here. I'm going to close all these windows out. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. We have this link right here for the fingerprinting and the state exam. Takes you to the Real Estate Commission's website. At the top, it tells you here's that link to PSI. I know the link is very tiny. It's hard to read, even for me on my computer. And then you scroll down a little bit more, and it says to get fingerprinted. And then there's the form here for the universal fingerprinting form, which you would open up. And you can see there's that service code right there again, and over here again. So let me just copy that service code. You click on the link, you enroll Identigo. You plug in that service code, and now you could set up your fingerprinting. Okay, manage your schedule and appointment. What documents do I need to bring to get to the fingerprinting center? All right, well, it depends where you were born. Let's see, let's say you're a US, you're born in the United States. Where's your citizenship? Let's just say you're a US citizen. What documentation do you need to bring? These are the acceptable forms of documentation that you could bring to the fingerprinting center. Okay, that's how you find out. State ID card, waiver, green card, merchant rare. You know, it's real weird, you know, all those hoops they make you jump through to get one, but they don't allow a firearms ID. All the hoops you got to jump through in New Jersey to be able to buy a gun, the background checks and everything they put you through, and then you can't even use that as an ID. Got your fingerprint on it even, you know. It's crazy. But yet they'll let you use where is it? Photo ID waiver for minors, Mariner, and tribal ID card. Yeah, they let you use some of these things. All right. Either way, that's how you register and get yourself set up for fingerprinting. Okay. You go to that Identigo website here. Here's the direct link with it already set up. Oh, here, let me even back it up to this point. There we go. Here's the link with the code already in it. All right, I'll share that with you guys. So you have it, but it's also in that class links Word document. And then back here. So on the slideshow, which you guys have access to as well, you know, it shows you that link to the Real Estate Commission's website, which has all the links, you know, to the fingerprinting form that you need to take with you. and to set up the appointment for the fingerprinting as well as for the state exam stuff. And here's those direct links, which I just opened up and shared with you. All right. A year's a year's a year. Okay. Sounds like we're repeating ourselves now. We still haven't gotten into anything, I know. Let's see. You have to pass the state exam to get your license. You have to submit, you got to get a fingerprinting done, find employing broker to affiliate with, and then submit the application to the Real Estate Commission, which is the paperwork from the PSI testing center, the fingerprinting form that's been filled out, and that broker's check or money order made out to the state treasurer of New Jersey for $160. Okay. No personal checks. And if you don't submit your application within 1 year and do all of this within 1 year, not just take the state exam, but do all of this within 1 year, then you got to come back to here and start all over again, the whole process. All right, so let's now get into the course. Let's just.
Hey, Victor.
Yes.
This is Kamlesh. Just a quick question, just to summarize. So first thing is to go through this course and then take some practice exam and then go for the state exam. What's the sequence for this fingerprinting? Where does that come to play and how far in advance we have to plan?
It doesn't matter if you take the exam first or the fingerprinting. If you ask them, they're going to tell you to pass the exam before you go for the fingerprinting, just so that you don't waste your money if you can't pass the exam, you know. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what order you do it in.
Okay. And the other question was, is there a backlog or is it easy to register for the exam and easy to get the fingerprinting done relatively quickly, or there is a wait or queue? Do you know?
It's usually there's no. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, you lost my video. Okay, so there we go. Usually there's no. Usually there's not much of a wait or queue on there, but it really depends because it's the state, and they also give exams not just for real estate people, but also for those who are taking exams or getting fingerprinted for other jobs like teachers and nurses and other professions as well. So keep that in mind. So different times of the year where maybe teachers or nurses or whatever need to get their stuff done, there may be a little bit more of a backlog for the fingerprinting. As far as testing is the same thing for the test centers, but online a little bit different. Online, they may have more people available or more slots available to take the exam simultaneously online. Because basically they just these are proctored exams. Somebody watches you taking the exam. But when you take it online, I think they have like a virtual AI thing. It kind of creates like a bubble around you. So when your camera's on, they want to make sure that you're not getting out of doing any unusual movements repetitively or looking at cell phones or notes or anything like that, you know, or make sure you're not talking to nobody. Nobody else is in the room with you. Because what they'll do is they'll just they listen and they have the thing monitor you, and then a human actually goes and they look over the video that they recorded of you taking the exam. They were watching you, they recorded it, and then they have a human just goes over it and sees that there's no abnormal things that during the time that you were taking it. If they see something that looked abnormal, then they review it and watch the video a little bit closer, and then they'll determine whether you were cheating or not. You know, so that's the process of it. But basically, yeah, there's not much of a backlog.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so I got my mouse plugged back in again now, so it's charging up and I could use it. So good, a little bit easier. So chapter 1. Let's get started by cracking open the cover of our book. And in the cover of our book, you can see you got all these formulas like this. I'm going to have you highlight these ones. How many feet in an acre? Because you do need to know that for exams. They'll give you math problems on it. You need to know it because they'll give you a math problem. And without that, knowing this number, you're not going to be able to figure out the math problem. And they don't give that, they don't tell you how many feet are in an acre. That's something you need to know. So how many feet are there in an acre? 43,560 square feet in an acre. So you either just memorize that number outright, or I tell people, can you count to 6? Everybody here, you can count to 6? You're all good? 6? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Here, I'm going to make it a little difficult. Let's start. Can you count to 6 starting with 3? Yeah, I know I made it real hard, right? 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Now, just trying to give you an easier way or another alternative way to remember how many feet are in an acre other than just studying the number outright. Because some people tell you, hey, listen, 43,560 square feet in an acre. You could add up 4 and 3, and that's 7, and add up 5 and 6, and that's 11. So as long as it adds up to 7, 11, hey, there you go. You know, you got it. But that's not really, that's the way most teachers teach. I don't like that, because you could still get these two numbers out of order. You could put 34, 3 plus 4, you know, it still adds up to 7, and then 5 and 6. You can get them out of order, still adds up to 11. So I like to do it this way. Just have you draw a comma. And everybody knows a song, whether it's like whether it's country music or a Beyonce song or whatever it is. There's some kind of song that people out there know that have the words in it that have to the left, to the left, to the right, you know. And so we're going to start counting to 6, starting with 3 we're going to draw a comma, and then we're going to start counting from 3 to the left, 3, 4, now to the right, 5, 6. And throw a 0 on there for good luck, and boom, that's how many feet are in an acre. Count to 6, starting with 3, to the left, to the right. Boom, okay? That doesn't work for you? Find another way to remember it. I don't know. I'm just trying to give some helpful hints, little helpful ways to try to make it easier to remember how many feet are in an acre. 3, 4, to the left of the comma. 5, 6, to the right of the comma. Then throw a 0 on there for good luck. 43,560 square feet in an acre. All right, so on that same inside cover, there's also these formulas, you know, how you could convert square feet into acreage, how you could convert acreage into square feet. We don't need to worry about inches here. We're not going to get that far into it. And then how to calculate the costs. So I'll give you a couple of math problems on this so we could figure this out. Instead of just looking and reading these rules, you learn by doing, I think, is a little bit better, right? So we got a couple of math problems that will come up in this chapter that we'll do. But also like this, how to figure out shapes and areas of shapes, okay? Yeah, look at this. So we're going to do math as we come across it throughout the book, you know. So look at that. We're starting off with a little math here. Even though this is kind of simple, but a lot of people, you know, they freak out with math. So if you have a square or a rectangle, you know that if you have the length of one side, you know, the opposite side is equal on a square or a rectangle, right? On a square, it's just the same distance all the way around it. But in a rectangle, the opposite side, in a rectangle, the opposite side is the same distance. Okay, so if it's 4 feet tall here, then it's 4 feet on this side. If it's 6 feet here, then it's 6 feet on that side. Okay, so that's how you could calculate room sizes. You could calculate a lot, you know, like the lot that your real estate's sitting on. You could calculate your lot sizes like that. So all you got to do is in this example, which is small, 4 feet here by 6 feet. So you do 4 times 6, and that's 24 square feet in that area. If you have a 50 by 100 foot lot, it works the same way. 50 times 100 It's 5,000 square foot lot, right? It works the same way. Now with a triangle is, if you were to lay this triangle over this rectangle, a triangle is basically half of a rectangle, isn't it? So just pretend that it was this is a rectangle, this triangle. So if this side is 3 feet, draw an imaginary line here and here, make it a rectangle like this. So if this side's 3 feet, this side would be 3 feet. This side's 4 feet, this side would be 4 feet. So 3 times 4 is 12 feet. And then we just divide it in half because it's half of a rectangle. So it's 6 square feet, right? The triangle is half of a rectangle. That's it. One extra step. And now a trapezoid, I don't think they're going to give you this on exam, but it is helpful to know. How the hell do you measure the area of a trapezoid where none of these sides are equal to each other? Well, basically you do it like this. If you have one side that's 5 feet and the opposite side is only 3 feet, but then this is 6 feet here and 6 feet here, this is the way you do it. Just add these two opposite sides up. And then you're going to divide that by half. And then you take that figure and times it by the height. And that's how you figure out the area of a trapezoid. Just add up the two sides, divide it in half, and then times it by the other side. All right. But I doubt you're even going to get that one on exam. These ones you may, for figuring out area. All right, so let's look at some formulas for commission math, which is also on the inside cover of this book. Now, these formulas, if I just read them to you, you're probably going to get confused and, you know, forget it in a minute. I'm going to have an easier way to teach it to you. I'm going to teach you something called a T formula, and I'll even put it up on screen in a moment. But basically, this is the formula for calculating your commission. You take the sales price times the rate. Like, say you charge 6% commission, and the house was $300,000. What was the commission? The total commission. Let's bust out our calculator, which, by the way, you could use calculators on exam, just not your cell phone. So if you have a $300,000 house and you charge 6% commission, what was the total commission? Speak up.
I think it's 18,000.
18,000, yeah. So 300,000 times 6%, that's or 0.06, which is 6%, is $18,000. Okay. Now you could also correct that, check that math, make sure it's correct by taking the commission divided by the rate of commission, and you should get the sales price. Or you could take the rate of commission. You could take the commission divided by the sales price, and you'll get the rate of commission. Another way to do that is this. It's a T formula. So basically, you just draw a T, put a division symbol here, and multiplication here. Small number always goes up top, large number on one side, and a percentage or rate on the other. And remember, TGIF, the top number goes in the calculator first. That's what that stands for. Not thank God it's Friday. So you basically divide down or multiply across. So when we're doing this, you know, if we write this, which one of these numbers is the smaller number? The commission, the sales price, or the rate of commission? Well, the rate of commission is a rate. That goes here. So which is the small number, the sales price or the commission? The commission. So the commission goes up top. So it was not easy to figure out what number goes where. So I teach you the formula. So if you have the commission amount and you have the rate, you could figure out what the house sold for. And if you know what the house sold for and you have the rate, you just multiply, and then you get the answer up top. And then you could check your math just by, you know, doing separate math problems. Here, let me show you. So in this example, if you have a question, so I have this still written here on the side with what you're writing where, and it says, if you charge a seller 6% commission and the total commission collected was $21,600, how much did the property sell for? So on exam, you may get something that's like this. It's just words. You'd need to remember this little tool that I gave you here called the T formula. You just draw a T on a scrap piece of paper and then fill in the numbers. And then it makes it real easy to figure it out. Because you know the small number goes up top, large numbers on one side, and percentage on the other. Right? You divide down, multiply across. And so how much did this house sell for?
$360,000.
Take a look. So what did you do, by the way, before I...
Hold on, let me double check again. I divided the 21,600 by the 6%.
And which number did you put in the calculator first?
The 21,600.
Because TGIF, the top number goes in the calculator first, right? 21,600 divided by 6%, and that'll give you the answer. So as long as you have two of the figures, you could figure out the other one. Boom, you're right. Now let's ask the question in a different way using the same exact formula, same exact question. If a house sold for $360,000 and the agent charged 6% commission, how much would the total commission be? Well, using the T formula, it's easy. You just plug the numbers in, 360 times 6%. Why 360? Because the commission is a smaller number than the sales price. So the commission goes up top, and we don't have the commission. That's what we need to figure out. So we know that 360 is the larger number, and the rate always goes on the bottom. So you multiply across to get the answer. 21.6. Doesn't that T formula make it so much easier to figure out the problems when you just get these written word problems on exam? T formula makes it easy for you to, instead of just randomly typing numbers into the calculator trying to figure out if it matches one of the multiple choice options, you could just have this T formula. It makes life a lot easier. And there's another question, the final question on it. If a house sold for $360,000 and the commission collected was $21,600, what was the rate of commission the licensee charged to sell the home? $21,600 divided by 360 will give you the percentage using the T formula. Small number goes up top, large number on one side, percentage on the other. And so we know we divide down, top number TGIF, top number goes in the calculator first. Doesn't that make it a lot easier, that T formula?
Yes, absolutely.
So remember the tool. You guys are allowed to use calculators on exams, so don't sweat the math. It's a matter of remembering the formulas that I'm teaching you to be able to figure the problems out. So don't hyperventilate when I say the word math, okay? It's not that hard, okay? We got the formula. You're allowed to use calculators. Boom. 6%. All right, so on that same inside cover, there's also a formula here to calculate the total interest paid over the life of a loan. Now, this is something that we're not going to really get into until chapter 14. Chapter 14, that's when we get into that kind of stuff. But here's the formula. So just put a highlighted box maybe around the formula. But we'll go over it again when we get to chapter 14. But these are some of the things that we get to here. So basically the finance math stuff, we're going to learn all about this stuff in chapter 14. right. All right, so at the end of this chapter, chapter 1, we're going to be able to describe the classes of New Jersey real estate licenses, including qualifications for licensure and exemptions from licensure. We're going to explain license procedures for getting your license, as well as for out-of-state residents and rental and referral agencies. So, who must be licensed? So let's crack the book open, and we're going to go up to the first page. Now, before we go to the first page, I'm going to add some screenshots to this slideshow about the pages that come before the first page. But there's a section here about this book, getting started in real estate, the role of the pre-license class, which is basically teach you the basic law, the basics and the laws, rules, and regulations, and how not to break them, how to pass the exam, basically. There's a job description here, and how to affiliate with a broker to get your license, and questions to ask of the broker. Now, here are some sample questions to ask the broker, but I also have them in our shared Google Drive. So, oh, that's not it. Where is that link? Okay, so close out this stuff. In the shared Google Drive, if we go to supplemental materials, I have interview questions here somewhere. Yeah, I also have a little math how-to study guide. But let me see, where's the interview questions? Here we go, interview questions, you see that? Which I'm actually updating this and adding more questions to that. So I'll be updating this list soon. But the it asks a bunch of questions I prepared here for you when you're interviewing with brokers on questions to ask them. Okay, so you could combine that with what we have here in the book, which I'm actually doing, and I'm also adding some additional questions there. Basically, you can see this in the shared Google Drive. It's called the interview questions. Okay, so I made that available for you guys when shopping with brokers to try to find how do you select the right broker, what to look out for when choosing a broker, all that good stuff. Let me minimize this for 1 second and pause. All right, sorry, I thought I resumed the recording. I'm not sure where I muted it, but either way, let's just do a quick little recap so you have it in the recording here. We had you highlight that anyone who takes part in a real estate transaction for someone else for a fee or something of value, they call it valuable consideration or a fee, commission, etc. They have to have a real estate license, and the licensing regulations are in place to protect the public from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople. So we want to make sure you're not taking advantage of anybody. So the real estate commission licenses were required since 1921 in the state of New Jersey. Here's a link to the Real Estate Commission's website, which you could also see these links and this information on the class links Word document. So all those links we went over so far, PSI exams, the testing, the sample testing, the fingerprinting, and now we're here. The link to the Real Estate Commission's website, the links to LexisNexis and the state's legislature for the rules. You see, all of these things that we go over, I have them here in this class links Word document, which is available in that shared Google Drive. So back to the slideshow. Licenses are governed by the Licensing Act, okay? And the politicians are the ones that created the laws. They created the framework for the law that we need to follow, but politicians don't know all the details about the real estate business and how the operations work. So they gave some powers they passed on to the Real Estate Commission, the ones who issue us our licenses and monitor us, make sure that we're not taking advantage of the public in an unscrupulous fashion. So they're the ones that enforce the laws, the real estate laws, as well as their own rules, because the politicians gave the Real Estate Commission the powers to create additional rules, which are just as enforceable and considered to be part of the law as well. But instead of being called Title 45, Chapter 15, the New Jersey statutes, those are the rules that were the laws that were created by the politicians. We call it the Administrative Code, which is Title 11, Chapter 5. Those are the additional rules that the Real Estate Commission created that we also have to follow. And they're just as important as the laws that the politicians created, 45-15. We need to follow them both. Okay? Otherwise, we could get fined or lose our licenses. And if you want the latest version of the laws, you can look them up here on Lexis, on the state legislature website, or on the LexisNexis site, which is all available here on the Real Estate Commission site too. So let me show you. If I go to the Real Estate Commission webpage, can you guys see it now? You guys got to unmute yourself if you're talking to me at all. Yeah, you guys can see this now, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let me zoom in on a little bit. So this is the Real Estate Commission's page here. Let me copy the link, and I'll also put it to you in the chat window right now so everybody gets access to it. Let's see everyone. All right. If you see on the left-hand side here, it says New Jersey Administrative Code, Title 11, Chapter 5, and New Jersey statutes. It takes you to the to those same links that I shared with you, which are also in that Class Links Word document. There's some other information here with the enforcement activity. That's that database where I go to show you where the disciplinary actions that have been taken against people. Yeah. Here's, you got the links to print your real estate license, commission's meetings that they have. The commission was established in 1921. You know, these are all things that we just seen on the first slide, right? There are also things on the exam. All right. And you can see there's a bunch of brokers' bulletins here. They give bulletins about all kinds of information and topics. A lot of this stuff is probably on exam too, because we're going to go over most of this stuff. All right. So let's go back to the slideshow. So New Jersey, what are we going to do now? We're going to do these highlights and write down these notes here. If you can't read my chicken scratch, ask me and I'll tell you what it says. Okay. In New Jersey, licenses have been administered since 1921 by the Real Estate Commission. And the Real Estate Commission is a division of the Department of Banking and Insurance. That their only job is to oversee real estate licensees. And so those same things we went over on the previous slide, this is just here where you highlight it now in your book and make those same notes, minus the links. And let me know when everybody's got that, so then I can move on to the next slide.
Got it.
Got it.
Okay.
Done. Yep.
So who must be licensed? Once again, the very first page, it said anyone takes part in a real estate transaction for someone else in exchange for a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration, they have to have a real estate license. Okay. So here's some examples here. Let's see, this guy, Jeffrey Ray, what did he do wrong? These are some examples from the disciplinary actions page. This was back in 2014, but what did he do? He violated a lot of stuff. Let's see, 4515-1 and 3 and 4515-17. He engaged in real estate activities through unlicensed entities. He engaged in real estate activities through an unlicensed entity, violated another rule in that his conduct demonstrated unworthiness, bad faith, dishonesty. He got a cease and desist order from engaging in all unlicensed real estate activities, which extended to all of his business entities that he made up with all these fancy names: NJ Rentals, North Jersey Rentals, NJ Executive Rental Management, LLC, and NJ Rentals.biz. Okay, so they basically shut him down, and he had to pay restitution to somebody for $300. And had to pay a $10,000 fine for operating without a real estate license. Now let's see what happened to this lady, Diana Penn, a licensed real estate broker. Let's see, in Passaic County, this is back in 2013. Commission approved and ordered Penn individually as a broker, violating. Okay, so she employed people who were engaging in real estate activities who did not have a real estate license. So she may have had maybe a secretary or something who was answering the phones, and they were giving out information for things that they should not be speaking about unless they have a real estate license to do so. There's certain things that you can and cannot say or do without having a real estate license. Okay. Or maybe she had people that are acting as rental agents. You know, often you see property management companies in rental agencies doing stuff like this, where they're out doing activities that require a real estate license. And these people are oblivious. They think that they don't need one. You know, even in cases where, well, I was hired by the owner of the property, so I'm working for the owner. Okay. So let's go back to the first question, because you think that you don't need a real estate license because you're working for the owner, right? Well, let's look at the question here at the top of this very slide. Who must be licensed? Anyone who takes part in a real estate transaction in New Jersey for another person for a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration. But I'm working for the owner. I don't need a real estate license. Okay, so you're working for someone else. Right? You see what I got? So you're working for someone else, performing real estate activities. Yeah.
One question. For example, if I'm working and I'm a salesperson and I need an assistant because I have another job, that person that are going to assist me, like answer the phone, responding emails, they have to be licensed too?
No, they just
can't. Secretary.
No, they could do administrative work for you, but they cannot show properties for you. They can't, there's certain things that they can and cannot do, which we'll be going over in chapter 2. They can't show properties for you. There's certain information that they can't give over the phone. They could just say, thank you, I'll get your name and number and I'll have the agent call you back. You know, they can't answer certain questions. You can't even tell them you can't even tell them if a property is still available or not.
Understood. Okay.
Unless you have a license.
Got
Okay. So you got to be careful. So that's why it's important for us to learn this about what you can and cannot say. You know, so this is why some people in your position like that, what you may want to do is become part of maybe a real estate team. You get somebody else who has a real estate license and you're all on a team together. And then when you can't do something, the teammates do it, you know, who are also licensed.
Okay, like a little village.
Yeah, that's right. All right. So let's see, the Real Estate Commission is a division within the Department of Banking and Insurance, and it's consisting of 8 members. 5 are real estate brokers who have been licensed as brokers for 10 years. They've had their broker's license for at least 10 years. 2 people are chosen from the general public. I'm not sure about the process that they do that, but I know one of them was a lady that was an attorney. I'm not sure how they pick these people. And then one is appointed by the Department of State Government, basically a governor. Every time the governor changes, that person changes. Because the governor, you know, it's like any politician, like the president, they get their own cabinet in there, their own cabinet members in there that report directly back to them, you know. So they want people who are loyal to them. So every time the governor changes, that dude or chick changes. Okay. So basically, how many people on the rec?
8.
8. Okay. 5 are brokers who have been licensed as brokers for how long?
10 years.
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 2 are appointed from the general public and 1 appointed by the governor. And they all serve 3-year terms, but any of them can be replaced at any time because the governor is the boss of everybody in the state of New Jersey. All right. So let's highlight that now here in the book, page 2. Everybody got that?
Yes.
Okay. Just do me a favor, as you're doing the highlights and stuff, just say, okay, got it. You know, somebody throw out an okay, got it, so I know, and I'll just say everybody got it, and then I'll move on to the next thing, so we're not just waiting there and killing time. That'll slow things down a bit. All right. Now these are the 4 license types here in New Jersey. I've added some notes to them, obviously. Let me see. And I have my own slide here that puts them in a nicer format with my own corrected wording to it, or my own spin on it of my wording. But here, just do these highlights and take these notes here. And just let me know when you guys got that.
Excuse me, Victor. Are we allowed to screenshot these?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you guys have the slideshows available for you in the slideshows available for you in the shared Google Drive. You could print it out if you wanted to too. But yeah, usually during class, I'll say, yeah, this is the one you may want to snap a picture of, you know. But just take these notes on this. Just highlight this. Take these notes. But if you let me give you a glimpse on the next slide for 1 second. I'll come right back. Okay. See, these are all the license types, and the next slide goes here. It's all the same license types with the definitions the way I like to word them a little bit differently. Okay. These, I think my slides that I created are worded a little bit better and a little more clear and to the point than some of the stuff that I'll have you highlight from the book. But here's back to the book one, so you guys can highlight them. Okay. And communicating with that other student to get her back in here too. So here are the 4 license types. We have a broker. Now, look at the definitions that I have. They're a little bit different than what's here. It's basically the same gist of it, but I just worded a little bit differently. And you guys also got this little note down here that I typed too, right? So a broker is the only person licensed to charge the public for services and to hire licensees. Boom, probably an exam question in itself. Every agency has only one licensed broker. They're also referred to as a broker of record because they're responsible for record keeping. That's why they call them the broker of record or the broker. Okay. So every company only has one broker. That's the big cheese, the head honcho, the one in charge. All right. You can have multiple people with broker type licenses, but only one person is going to be officially licensed as the broker. That's the person in charge. Other people will have this other broker license type called the broker salesperson. Okay, so let's just continue on with the broker first. Because so the broker of record, because they're in charge of record keeping, they're responsible for providing office space and guidance and direction. So in New Jersey, there's no virtual offices. They have to have a physical place of business, an office. That doesn't mean that each agent within that office gets their own desk and their own office space. You know, there's shared spaces and shared desks and stuff like that where you meet with clients and such. Okay. Now, different offices set up differently, but just so you guys get a heads up on that. So, so what is guidance and direction? Guidance and direction does not mean training. The Real Estate Commission can care less if your broker trains you on how to do your job efficiently so you become successful. Guidance and direction means they want to make sure that you're not breaking the laws. They're giving you guidance and direction, ensuring the agents are adhering to the laws and regulations of the state and the rec. Right? The New Jersey statutes 4515 and the administrative code 11.5. You need to remember those numbers, by the way. So the broker has to provide office space and guidance and direction to the laws and the rules. Now, a broker salesperson is someone who achieved the same license type. They went to schooling, they took the same exam as the broker, except they're choosing to work under and in the name of another broker. Instead of running the office and being the head person in charge or opening their own company, they're choosing to work for someone else. But they still have a broker type license. They would be referred to as a broker salesperson. They're a broker that's working in a sales capacity. Or they could also be working as an office manager for a branch office. So you could have an agency that has multiple offices, but each office has to be managed by somebody. You can't have the broker in multiple places all at one time. So you need to have somebody with a broker type license managing each office. But still, that agency has one person in charge, the head honcho, the big cheese. That's the broker. So there's only one broker, and each office has a broker salesperson managing it. All right.
One question, what differences does it make if you're working under a broker and you are a broker salesperson?
Well, you're not the
If I'm not the tab broker, like the owner of the branch, like I have my broker license, and I'm a salesperson.
Yeah.
What is the difference, or what is the gain on me and a regular salesperson without the broker license?
You may have more experience. You have you went back to school and took that 150-hour broker's course, and you passed the exams on it and everything. And you could use that as I guess, in your presentations to buyers and sellers and such. You could say, I possess a broker's license. It's more, it shows my dedication to this job. I went back to my broker's license. I have more experience. I have more education than the other agents on this, on how to do this business. You could spin it however.
It's like a presentation, a letter presentation, like a card.
Yeah.
Okay, show off later. Got it.
Yeah, you could just show off with it a little bit later on. Yeah, exactly. But if you wanted to, at some point, you also could become an office manager. And if you want to take it even further, at some point, you could open your own brokerage. Okay, but there's plenty of people out there who have brokers licenses that never open their own office. They just work as broker salespeople, Okay, it's a big responsibility being a broker, and it does take some money layout to get started with your own company too. The bills keep rolling in. You still got to be paying them, even if your agents aren't producing. So it's a big risk. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of responsibility. You're responsible for the activities of all the agents under you, and you still have to pay all of those bills, whether they're producing or not. So you have to be that rainmaker, so to speak. You got to make sure that you're teaching your other agents how to make it rain as well, because when they're successful, you're successful. But that's why I love it when people start coming in talking about these 100% brokerages that pay out 100% commission. And it's like, what are you talking about? It's like, that doesn't exist. It's like 100%. They're getting money from you somewhere. They're not in business to work for free. To pay for a building, whether they're buying it or leasing it, the insurance, all the bills on it, and then you think they're giving you all the commission, 100% of it. You think they're not nickel and diming you and getting money out of you, paying transaction fees or desk fees or some kind of fee? They're getting it out of you one way or another. This ain't a charity. Okay. Especially taking on a big responsibility being a broker. 100% brokerage doesn't exist. It's just a nonsense. But there's we'll go over a bunch of different commission scenarios and stuff like that too, and how to select a broker, why you'd select them, commission split breakdowns, all that stuff is coming. All right. Now, salespeople are a salesperson. That's probably the one that you guys are here for. You work under and in the name of only one broker. you can only work for one New Jersey broker at a time who will sponsor your license. Okay. Now you could be licensed in multiple states and be licensed under a different broker in each state. But in New Jersey, you can only be licensed under one New Jersey broker at a time. Got it? So you can't work for one broker to do sales and another one to do property management. You need to find, if you want to dabble in both, you need to find a broker that'll let you do both. Okay. So you're going to only get paid by that broker under which you're employed too. You can't get paid by anybody except for your broker. You guys get that? Who can you be paid by? Say my broker and only my broker. I can't get paid by nobody.
Only my broker.
That's right. Only my broker. It will be on exams. Okay.
Oh.
A salesperson can work directly with clients and customers and can send referrals to their broker or to other agencies. See, it's easy to track down when an agent's doing something wrong, because if they're getting paid by anybody else other than their broker, they did something wrong. Keep it simple, stupid, right? You got paid by somebody other than your broker, you're doing something wrong. Referral agents, we call them now, they got a special name and they got an abbreviation for it because it's long. Salesperson licensed with a real estate referral company. Okay. Formerly referred to as referral agents. I mean, you're still a referral agent, but the license type is no longer called referral agent. It's called salesperson licensed with a real estate referral company. Because in the past, if you were a referral agent, I could have one brokerage and I could have salespeople's licenses, broker salespeople's licenses, and referral agents hanging all under my office. Now, if you're a referral agent, you need to, only a referral agency or referral company can hang the licenses of a referral agent. So in the past, there was only one type of license for your company. It was a real estate agency. That was it. It was a real estate brokerage. You're licensed as a real estate brokerage, your company. And that was it. And you could hang your licenses for everybody there. Now they changed the laws a bit. There's a new type of brokerage license for the company called a referral company. And a referral company can only associate the licenses of referral agents. Okay? The regular brokerage cannot hang licenses of referral agents, only of actively licensed agents, salespeople, broker salespeople, and the broker. Referral agents can only affiliate their licenses with a referral company. Okay? So this is the new type of brokerage license required to sponsor licenses of referral agents. Referral agents are restricted from working directly with the public. They can only refer business prospects, which we call leads, to their brokers. And then their brokers will assign them out to somebody who's a licensed salesperson or broker salesperson to work with that client and close on the lead. And then when they do, then that referral agent through their broker gets paid a referral fee when they close on the deal.
Got it.
So referral agents cannot work directly with clients. All they can do is refer them as business prospects or leads to their brokers. Okay, you can't come out showing houses or have access to the MLS or anything like that.
And that works also out of state. For example, I have a friend that is a salesperson in Connecticut, and she has a client that wants to move to Jersey. So, and she referred that person to me,
Correct.
right?
Okay,
So-
okay. Let's stop there for 1 second. Hold that thought. Any license type, broker salesperson, or referral agent can send referrals.
Okay.
But the only license types that can actually work with the clients that are referred is a broker salesperson, or salesperson, not a referral agent. Referral agents can't go take you out showing you properties or anything. But all the license types can send referrals. It's not like you need to have a referral agent's license to send a referral. Any of the licensees can send referrals. Continue.
Okay, and then for example, in the payment part, like for example, she refers me a person and that person wants to get paid because they refer to me, I sell a house, and then that person needs to get paid by the referral agent only, or can pay by the broker?
By your broker. So
by my broker.
Yeah, this is the way that it works. If my company, whether it's out of state or in state, but you're like down in Cape May and I'm up here, I'm not going all the way down to Cape May. I'm not working that area. Okay. That's the area you work. Okay. So I'm going to send you a client who wants to sell their house down in Cape May. So I'm going to send you a referral. When you close on that referral, when your company closes on that referral, your broker sends my broker our referral fee. And then I split that referral fee with my broker according to our commission agreement.
Got it.
Okay. So you could only be paid by your broker, not directly. Even when you send a referral, that agent's not paying you. Their broker, before they're splitting the commission with their agent who actually worked the deal, which was you, right? Before you get paid and before your broker gets paid, off the top, they got to take the percentage, like just say I ask for a 25% referral fee. So off the top, 25% of that comes in, it gets sent to my broker. My broker then splits that with me according to whatever our commission.
Got it.
Okay. Now, sure, no, not at all. We're gonna have those questions coming up. We're actually going to be doing. I'll show you a whole breakdown on that, and I think it's in the next chapter when we go over that. Maybe this chapter, but possible. But I think the next chapter. So the salesperson licensed with a real estate referral company, or SLWRERC. That's the abbreviation that you may see. So every time you see this abbreviation, just think referral agent. Okay, because that's basically what it is. Can only be licensed under a referral company. And they're not a traditional full service brokerage firm. They can't take they can't take listings. They're not members of an MLS. They don't pay, they don't do marketing of properties or anything like that. So basically it's a lot easier for them. So basically, put it this way. If you are a referral agent, you don't need to be a member of any realtors association. You're not going to be a member of any MLS. You don't have to carry errors and omissions insurance, which is like our version of medical malpractice insurance a doctor would carry. We call it errors and omissions in case we make a mistake or we forget to put something in a contract, an error or omission. Okay. So we got to carry that insurance. We'll get that through our brokers. So if you're a referral agent, you don't pay E&O, you don't pay realtor dues, you don't pay MLS membership fees. Only thing you pay for is your license renewal and maybe a fee to your brokers to hang your license every 2 years when it comes up for renewal. You know, sometimes, like I have a referral company, and basically what I do is I'd waive that fee, the license hanging fee for the agent if they sent one referral that actually closed and made money. You know, I'll waive the referral fee, but you have to pay your own licensing fees and stuff, which is $100 to renew your license every 2 years. Okay. Realtor or realtor associate. So what are the license types? What are the 4 license types we just went over? Broker, broker salesperson, salesperson, and referral agent. You notice I didn't say realtor? Because realtor is not a license type. A realtor is a member of a private organization called NAR, the National Association of Realtors. It's a trade organization. They have nothing to do with your state licensing. Its members are called realtors. Now, technically, only a broker can be a member of the Realtor Association, and everybody else under that broker is associated to them. So therefore, they're a Realtor associate. Okay, you guys got the breakdown of that now? Even though every agent usually refers to themselves as a realtor. Yeah, I'm a realtor. I'm a realtor. I'm a realtor. Okay, technically, no, you're not. Technically, your broker's the realtor. You're a Realtor associate. Okay, that's the true breakdown of it. So this is not a license type. The member, you're just a member of a trade organization called NAR, National Association of Realtors. You guys are going to be members of 3 trade organizations. You're going to be a member of a local Realtor Association, the state New Jersey Realtors, and NAR, the National Association of Realtors. So you guys are going to be a member of 3 Realtor organizations. So you're going to join whichever local one your broker is a member of, and then that local will sign you up for state and national. But you get billed one time for all 3 every year. How much does that cost? Between $380 and $480 a year, somewhere around there. Okay. So yes, it does take money to get started in the real estate business, but your first commission is usually enough to pay for all your expenses to get started. Your schooling, your testing, your fingerprinting, your licensing, your errors and omissions, your realtor's fees, and your MLS, and maybe a key code to get inside of these electronic lock boxes. Okay, you need a lockbox key.
Would those be ours, or would that be something through the company that we work with?
Okay, so let me show you how these things work really quick here. These, this is what we call a Supra or a lockbox. It's basically a steel, it's a steel device. It's a steel lockbox that's covered in this blue rubber. Okay, bluish rubber. Okay, there's like a rubber around the steel there. You see, I'm trying to pull it away a little bit. Now, basically, this is so it doesn't mar the door or scratch fancy doors or anything like that. And people then complain about that. You usually hang this on the door handle or on a metal banister or railing. Okay, don't hang it on trees and stuff. Your brokers will have these. Now, sometimes agents buy them because their brokers will allow them to, but keep in mind, technically, your broker will own them. And if you leave that agency to go to another, you need to get your broker's permission to transfer this, because technically only the brokers will own these. But you can get permission from your broker to buy lock boxes through your MLS. But when you do that, the MLS considers them property of your brokers, even if you paid for it. So your broker will have these. You don't need to buy these. Okay, these cost about $120 each. Your broker probably has cases of them. And basically they have a lifetime battery inside of them. It's usually not on until they press this bottom and you push up on this, and you're going to see a little light flash over here. See that? Now that stays on for maybe about 30 seconds until you try to access it and release the key from the bottom or release this shackle from the top. Let me show you how this works. Let me get my cell phone here. It used to be a separate lockbox key that we had, a little digital key. It looked like a tiny little cell phone with an antenna on it. Now, people would lend those out. So to prevent that practice, now it's an app that you put on your cell phone. I'm opening up that app right now. Oh, I got to update it. Okay, it's updated. So now I got a little key there. I'm going to press that key button. It's going to ask me to put my code into it. Hope I remember it. It's making a noise now, but this isn't beeping anymore. So I got to push the bottom to activate the lockbox while this beeps. Now I press the bottom again and it drops out. So that's how it works. And then the keys go in here into this thing here. Okay. And then, so when you're showing houses, and you have to make an appointment. If you see a house with a lockbox on it, just because you have access to open that lockbox, don't go opening the lockboxes and going into houses. You'll lose your license or you'll get fined, or both. You have to make appointments to go see these houses first. And then when you go there, you use your Supra key to get in and get access, and then get the keys out of here to get into the house. Okay. It's also important to call for ahead to find out if there's any pet instructions. Do they have animals there? They got to maybe lock away a dog or something. Make sure the cat don't run out into the street and get run over by a car, things like that, It's important to call up in advance, schedule the appointment, okay? And then when you finish, you shut off all the lights, lock up. If you have to rearm an alarm, you re-code and re-alarm it, and then you put the keys back in the lockbox, push it back up in there, and it's locked again. Okay, that's the way that these Supra key lock boxes work. Okay,
And you have a tracker every time that you use it. Like every time that you use your call, you register that you use it, right?
Yep. So this is my lockbox. So every time one of these lockboxes get used, I'll get a notification of what agent opened it, what time they opened it, date and time and everything. And I could even set up that automatic questions will be texted or emailed to them for feedback of what their clients thought about it, and if they're considering making an offer too. So yeah, you could see who accessed it when. You could also restrict the hours and days when this lockbox will operate. If you don't, there's standard hours and days that parameters, so somebody's not going to be able to open this at 1 o'clock in the morning. I think the cutoff is like at 9 or 10. Now the shackle key requires a different code, and only the owner of the lockbox can have that shackle key. Let me show you how that works. So once again, you see this here, it says open the shackle. So I'm going to click on open shackle, and I'm going to put in my code, which I have written here on a piece of paper on the back. Going to press the bottom to activate the battery. And then it comes out. You see that? It releases it. And then there's you see those hooks on there? The steel hooks? And those hooks are what hook on or get released. So now I put this on a door handle or a banister or railing, whatever, and I put that on. Back, it's locked into place. Okay. And that's how that works. There you go. Give you guys a full lesson. Little practical stuff. Most schools don't teach you that or show you that example either, by the way. So I give you all these little extras. All right. So let's see what else we got going on. So if you're a member of the Realtors organization, they have their own rules that their members need to follow. And if you don't follow those rules, they could fine you or penalize you, but they do not affect your license because they have nothing to do with state licensing. You're just a member of the trade organization. So Realtors follow a strict code of ethics they call the COE, or Realtors Code of Ethics, which has been around since 1913. 1913? Yeah, I think 1913. How long has the Real Estate Commission in New Jersey required licensing in the real estate business? Since 1921. So since before the state of New Jersey required licensing, the Realtors organization saw that there was a need for a little self-regulation, because you had all these slimy salespeople trying to get into business because it was unregulated. It was like the Wild West. Anybody can sell real estate, and they could say anything they want, do whatever they want, take advantage of people, and so. Then real estate agents start getting bad reputations. So the industry saw a need for it. So they created this Realtors organization which self-regulated themselves. They created these own rules that they all had to, a higher standard that they wanted to put them to so that they could be more trustworthy to the public because it was getting really out of hand. Now, over time and over the years, this had to build up and get better. And even today, every year, they're adding new rules that we need to follow in these code of ethics. You know, I mean, at one point in time, you had some people, they were even in the realtors organization that they were involved in discrimination. Now, we have all kinds of rules, not only laws, but this organization has rules on its members as well, to make sure. So if the state's not doing nothing, or you didn't violate the state's law, the realtors organization holds themselves to a higher standard, a higher code of ethics that could fine you or kick you out of the organization. Now you may be like, so what? So they kicked me out of the organization. Big deal. What does that matter? Well, in order to join any MLS, that's the multiple listings service or system these days, that's where we share our listing inventory. Anytime we get a property that we are hired by a seller to market it for sale or lease, we put it in this multiple listing service. This computer system that we could all have access to the inventory to show our clients. Well, every MLS that's out there just about requires you be a realtor in good standing in order to be a member of their MLS. So if you get kicked out of the Realtors Association, then you lose your access to the MLS, and then good luck with doing business. I mean, what are you going to do? Just it's only a matter of, if I got a buyer, I can only show them the listing that my company has. How many listings does your company have? Versus all the agents out there. So it kind of like will put a damper on your business. So follow them rules. Now, technically, only a broker can be a realtor, and all the agents affiliated with them are associated to them are associates, so you would be a realtor associate. Only the broker would be a realtor, and everybody else in the company would be a realtor associate. It's kind of like only one broker and everybody else is broker, salesperson, or salesperson. That kind of deal. All right. So I told you there's two types of licenses now for the company itself. You have your traditional brokerage, and then there's a referral company. Traditional brokerage is for associating the licenses of all licensees except for the referral agents. The referral agents can only associate their licenses with referral companies now, which are not going to be a member of those realtor associations or MLSs, etc. Now, the initial cost to get your license. Now, you're not going to see this in the book because this is going to be spread out. Like this stuff over here, as far as cost, is on page 7 of the book. These things are on page 2 and page 6 of the book. So for between page 2 and 7, you're going to have all this stuff spread out. I put it neatly in one little slide because it's easier to read that way. I like to keep all the stuff associated together. So the initial cost to get your license is going to be $160 for a salesperson. Now, your real estate license is only $100. So why does it cost $160 to get it initially? Well, you also have $50 goes to an FBI background check, and $10 goes to something we call the guarantee fund, which we'll be learning at the end of this chapter, is basically a fund where if an agent rips somebody off or cost them money because they were doing something that they shouldn't have been doing, that client could try to sue you and try to get you to pay them back. But if they can't get that money back, they can make a claim against this thing called the guarantee fund that we all contributed to when we got our licenses. And if you go back and you get your broker's license, you pay into that guarantee fund once again, but this time you pay $20. Everything with the broker is double, okay? Even the license fee is $200 instead of $100. Okay, the guarantee fund contribution is $20 instead of $10. The background check is still the same. So it's $270 to initially get your broker's license, or $200 to renew it every 2 years. Okay. And when does everybody's license get renewed? it's not 2 years from the date that you got your license. That would be too much hassle to track, like your driver's licenses. So instead, everybody's license renews at the same time. Doesn't matter when you got it. June 30th of odd number years. You got to renew your license by then. Don't blame your broker if you didn't do it and then you lost your license. It's your license, so therefore it is your responsibility to renew whose license? Your license.
Your license.
Okay, so don't go pointing the fingers at your broker because, oh, I didn't know. Really? Then you should take a real estate 101 class where your instructor was telling you you needed to renew your license by when?
June 30th.
Thirty.
June 30th.
June 30th, odd years.
Odd numbered years, correct. We are in 2020
Or in an even year.
right now. So 2025, June 30th, you need to renew your license by. So if not renewed by June 30th, your license becomes inactive. It doesn't technically expire, it just becomes inactive. But not on June 30th. Your license is still good on June 30th. The very next day, July 1st, that's when it becomes inactive. And if your license becomes inactive, it just means you can't work until you reactivate it. How long can your license remain inactive without you until you lose it? One licensing term, one full licensing term, which is 2 years,
Years.
right? So as long as we understand that, you'll get questions right on exam about it. See, I spent a lot of time on these first couple chapter stuff because you get loads of questions on the first 3 or 4 chapters. Okay. So if not renewed, but when do you got to renew your license by?
June 30th.
June 30th, odd years.
June 30th, odd years. Okay. And if your license, if you didn't renew it by June 30th, odd years, what happens to it? It expires or becomes inactive. And you can still reactivate it. How long do you have to reactivate it?
2 years.
2 years.
One licensing term or 2 years, depending on how they worded it on exam. Okay. And then after that, it becomes void. You lose it. You got to start all over again if you want to get started again. Okay. All right. Now, before you can renew your license, you need to complete 12 hours of continuing education classes every 2 years. Now, you can't just take 12 hours of any random real estate class. You have to take specific classes. So each credit is 1 hour of classroom time. So here's a breakdown of the hours on the Real Estate Commission's website. Let's see how they have it worded. According to the current NJREC statutes, you got to complete the 12 hours of CE coursework, 1 hour in fair housing, 2 hours in ethics, and 3 more core topics for a total of 6 core topic hours, 3 core, 2 ethics, and 1 fair housing. Both of these are considered core topics as well, but they're very specific core topics. And then the remaining 6 hours can be in any approved class, electives, or a mix of the ethics, fair housing, what have you. So ethics is acceptable substitute for core and electives, but core and electives is not an acceptable substitute for ethics because there's a lot of different topics in core topics. Okay, core topics is a lot of various topics, but there's 2 categories: core or electives, and fair housing and ethics fall into the core topic category. So when you're taking, you have to complete 6 hours of core topics. Here, let's go back to my breakdown. I word it this way. You need 12 hours of classes to renew the license. Any classes have to be approved and registered with the Real Estate Commission. CE must be completed 2 months before your license renewal, so by April 30th of the odd year. Otherwise, they'll give you a $200, they'll charge you a $200 processing fee. It's not a fine, it's a processing fee, okay? I don't know. You charge me something for not doing something, it's a fine, you know, in my eyes anyway. They slap some lipstick on that pig, right? Trying to make it sound pretty. But CE classes can be taken in person or online. And if you are hanging your license as a referral agent, you don't need to take CE classes. But if you want to convert your license from referral agent back to a salesperson license, there's certain amount of hours of certain topics you need to specifically take. And this is just a guide that shows you how many hours and on that. We don't need to get into that, so I'm not going to right now. So here's the breakdown of that 12 hours of classes, or the 12 credits. You got to take 6 credits in core topics and 6 credits in any other approved course for a total of 12. The breakdown is, of the 6 core topics, 2 have to be in ethics, 1 has to be in fair housing, and 3 can be in any other core topic. The additional 6 can be in any approved class. Now, you could follow how many classes you've finished and what you need still by going to this New Jersey Real Estate Commission CE class record database that is maintained by PSI. So here, let me show you how this works. But before I do, let me just finish up reading the slide. Who does not need to take CE classes? Well, newly licensed agents after June 30th in even number of years. Okay, so if you guys, you're taking the class right now, but if you don't get licensed until after June 30th, then the class itself will count as your CE. But if you guys take this class, you take your exams, you get licensed, and you start working right away, it's not June 30th yet, you need to still complete 12 hours of CE when it comes up for license renewal in the next year. Referral agents and those who have had their broker's licenses for at least 40 years, they're given an exemption on taking CE. So, yeah.
Sorry, I have a quick question. So will, like you stated before, if we start working before June 30th, will our broker let us know that it's, you know, if we have to take the CE course, or if we have to renew, or
yeah, they can let you know, because they'll look and they'll see that they can't renew your license. The system will kind of lock you out. Remember when I logged in to show you how to print the pocket card? There was an area there where there was a link where I could check the renewal status of agents. If you click on that, they could see if that agent filled out their qualifying questionnaire,
okay,
and if they completed the required CE requirements.
okay,
So that reports to me, and I could see that, and I'll tell you, hey, you need to complete your CE so we can renew your license.
okay, all right.
So let me show you how this database works here. So you could see let me log in.
Yeah, I keep clicking. So you're saying with the licensing agent,
I'm sorry?
if we get our license after June 30, then our license will be valid for 2 years.
Well, everybody's license, doesn't matter when you get your license, it comes up for renewal on June 30th. If you actually activate your license on June 29th of the odd number year, when do you got to renew it? The next day, June 30th. Okay, that's basically the way it works. Look, when I usually have classes and we're near that time period, I tell them, I say, you know what? Before you send your paperwork in to get your license, because you could affiliate with a broker, you could have passed your exam, you got your fingerprinting. I'll say, you know what? as long as you're not like going past your time limit expiration date to get the license from when you pass the school. You know, I said, like, if you just finish this class, and it's around that time, I'll tell you, wait until after June 30th. You know, you guys have plenty of time before June still. So, you know, get started in the business. Don't hold up because of that. You know, 12 hours of CE is no big deal. You know, you could get it done for less than $100 online. And, you know, some places you get it for $50, you know. You go through a school, or you could go through some other providers online. You could get your CE. It's not a big deal. Don't wait, you know, but you know, if it's a class that's like right before the license renewal, I'll tell people, just don't send it. Complete all your exams and get all that stuff out of the way. Just don't send in the paperwork with the money until after June 30th, so that you don't get it activated. And even when I do that, sometimes students, they still do it anyway. I've had a student that did this before, and she sent in all the paperwork and she got her license activated, and it was like June 29th. She got it activated. And then she's calling me up. She's like, Vic, what do I do? The real estate commission's saying I got to pay $100 to renew my license, and I just got it activated yesterday, and I got to renew my license already today. I didn't even have it for a day yet. And I was like, well, didn't I tell you that? I was like, I told you that they were going to do this. You know, everybody's license comes up for renewal at the same time. It's no excuse. I told you, just wait a day. So, well, is there something you could do, please, please, please? So she was begging me. So, you know, like an idiot, I went and called the real estate commission on her behalf, trying to ask, knowing better. And then I got chastised by them. So I basically looked like the ass in front of them, because they were like, you're an instructor, you should know better. You know, everybody's license comes up for renewal. You know, so basically they belittled me. I look like the idiot. You know, so I went back to her and I was just like, nope. just like I said, you got to. What the real estate commission said to me is, well, she got her license, right? I said, yeah, and she's like, well, then when does everybody have to renew their license? I said, June 30th. Okay, well, then she got to enjoy her license for the remainder of the licensing term. That was their answer, which was one day. Yeah, so guys, they're ruthless like that. They don't care. It's the rules of the rules, and it's all about the money, you know, so they don't care. Okay, so she had to pay the $100 to renew her license that she had for one day, you know, so that's how it works. Okay, my fair warning. But you guys have plenty of time before that. You're not in that same position as her. So, but any class that may see this video in the future, they know, you know. Okay, so you guys can see the PSI. You're on the PSI website here now, or no?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I just got to confirm, because I got a bunch of screens
Yeah.
open. I'm not sure I have to actually physically transfer you to the other screen, and if I don't, then you guys may be seeing the slideshow still. So I just wanted to make sure. That's why I asked this question all the time. Okay. And likewise, if I'm ever talking about something but you're not seeing on screen what I'm talking about, please let me know so that I can make sure that I put you on the right screen, so we're on the same page. Okay, so this is the PSI website here. Let me back up again. So here's their website for the CE tracking system. You could come in here. They show you how to create your login for the first time and all that. I just logged in. And now that I'm logged in here, you can see for the new licensing term, 2023 to 2025, I didn't take any CE yet. Okay, so right now it's showing all gray remaining. I have to take all my 12 CE still. And then they show you out of the 6 core topics, I took none. Out of the 2 ethics, I took none. Out of this. Okay, so let's look at the breakdown of maybe my previous learning plan. Okay, so for the previous licensing term here, let's look at this one. For the previous licensing term. All right, so you guys see the line bar starts turning green. It shows that I've completed 12 of my 12 hours. Out of the 6 core, I completed 7 of 6. Out of the 2 ethics, I completed 3 of 2. I completed 3 hours in ethics instead of 2. And the 1 hour requirement for fair housing, I took 4 hours of. Okay. And then it shows you the breakdown of which classes I took and when I took them and what type of, was it an elective course or was it a core class, you know, and how many credits did I get for each one? Okay. Basically, that's how you could track it, how far along you've done, because the line will only go so far and it'll show you how many hours you've completed of what and what you still need to do. Now, it's important to know how many credits you need and what topics, because you could take, there's courses out there that I've taken and I know other agents have taken that it was like a 15-hour course. So you thought that you were going to get all your CE because they said they'll give you 15 hours of CE credit. Okay. Well, I only need 12. But it was all electives. So you took 15 hours of electives. You're only allowed to take 6 hours of electives. The other needs to be 6 hours of core topics. Of that, 2 need to be in ethics, 1 needs to be in fair housing, right? So it's very specific about the type of CE you need to take to get credit to renew the license. So the course I took was very informative and very helpful and helped make me a lot of money. But the course that that was 15 hours of electives did not meet the full CE requirement. It just gave me the 6 hours. And even though it gave me 15 hours of credit, those 15 hours I only needed 6 of the electives. Okay, so just be careful about the courses that you're taking that you're going to get credit in the topics that you need credit for. All right. So that's, once again, here's the breakdown of it on the slideshow. 6 hours in core topics. Of that core topic, 2 in ethics, 1 in fair housing, the other 3 any core issue.
That's a question.
Yeah.
Those classes, like I can take it through the years. For example, for next year, I can start taking them now. By the time this June 30th is time to renew, they already there. I don't need to it's not in a specific time.
Correct. And well, you need to be done with it though. When do you need to complete it by?
By June 30.
2 months. By April 30th, 2 months
April.
before. Okay. Otherwise, the real estate commission will give you an additional $200 processing fee. Yeah. I know. I feel the same way. Okay. So moving on. Let me see, what time is it? Oh, you know what? We'll just take our lunch now. Lunchtime. All right. So let's see. Activities covered. Activities requiring the real estate license. So when performing any of these acts for someone else, in exchange for a fee, commission, or anything of value, some other consideration, a salesperson can do all the same activities here as the broker, but when they're doing them in the name of the supervising broker or the brokerage or the firm under which they're employed. Listing real estate for sale. Sell, exchange, buy, auction, or rent real estate. To collect rents for someone else. You have to be licensed to do this. Soliciting prospective purchasers or sellers. Negotiating a real estate loan, commercial loans, because that's real estate loans, you have to be licensed as a mortgage solicitor. This is for commercial loans. You have to be licensed as a real estate broker. Sell lots or other parcels for a developer, or sell business opportunities that involve real estate. So you could sell a business without a real estate license, but if real estate is coming with that business, then you need to have a real estate license. All right. Even though the interesting part of that is when we're talking about businesses, we're talking about commercial real estate. And when we talk about commercial real estate licensees, even though we could sell and lease commercial real estate, we're not the ones that actually prepare the contract for it. The one who prepares the contract for the real estate is the what do you call it? Is the attorneys themselves. Okay, now you don't need a real estate license to sell a business unless real estate is involved. Although licensees can sell business and commercial real estate, once again, only the attorneys actually prepare the contract. To get the ball started for commercial real estate, we prepare a term sheet, a non-legally binding term sheet in order to get that started. All right. So selling mobile homes, licensees, we could sell mobile homes. We could broker the resale of them. We can't sell mobile homes that are new because we are not licensed motor vehicle dealers. But we can help people broker the resale of mobile homes. Okay. All you got to do is, anybody here ever sell a car? You know, you take your title, you turn it over, you make sure the mileage is there, the sales price, the buyer's info, the seller's info, and they sign off on it. They go to motor vehicle, they get the title reissued in their name, and boom, we've earned our commission. That's all that's involved in it. So we cannot sell new mobile homes, though, once again, because we're not licensed motor vehicle dealers. But the resale of existing ones, we can. Often an exam question. Now, mobile homes, there's only two kinds of property in this world, right? It's either real or personal. Real means it's real estate that you own, or it's personal property. If you don't own the real estate, then whatever it is that you own is personal property. So there's only two types of property in this world, and they're real or personal. So anytime I say real, that's what I mean. I'm talking about real estate here. Now, mobile homes are considered to be personal property if the unless the axles have been permanently removed and it's mounted to a foundation, then it essentially becomes a house, right? So but as long as it's mobile, it's like a trailer or trailer home. Those it's like a car, which is considered personal property. It's not real estate. So let's now go over. So this is that list that I've been going over now on that previous slide. Let's highlight this bottom part here on page 3. Licensees are permitted to handle the resale of mobile homes, but they must follow motor vehicle regulations as well as those set forth by the Real Estate Commission. This is thereabouts in the middle of the page, of page 3. Just that it's zoomed in, it looks so big. Everybody locate that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, so here are some exemptions where a real estate license is not required to sell real estate, and it's basically in the situations where it's a for sale by owner. You know, you don't need a license, a real estate license, to sell your own property or to lease your own property. So we call those for sale by owners FSBOs for short. FSBO, that stands for for sale by owner, or it's pronounced FSBO. That's the real estate lingo, the jargon that we use, okay? Now, attorneys, executor, or those who are ordered by a court to do it, like attorneys, executors, executrix, trustees, receivers, administrators, legal guardians, or others handling real estate under the order of a court, they're not required to have a real estate license either. Now, let's go over some of these terms, perhaps, which we're going to go over probably in a much later chapter, but anybody know what an executor is? An executor, executrix? You know what a will is? You know, when you die, you make a will. You make a will in case you die that explains how your assets are going to get distributed and who you want to get your stuff after you die.
Yeah.
The last will and testament. Well, how are you going to make sure all your wishes are carried out? You name somebody in a will to make sure, somebody who you trust, to make sure that they're in charge of carrying out all of your wishes. Okay? If that person is a man, they're called an executor. If they're a female, they are an executrix. So these are gendered terms in the legal stuff. Anytime we're going through the legal contracts and stuff, it often uses Latin. The law is rooted in Latin, a lot of Latin phrases and terms. And so these things, executor, executrix, even though today society, people will tell you there's unlimited amount of genders and all that nonsense, it's not. Just look at any language on the planet. And that nonsense only goes on here in the United States. Because if you ever go to any other country, every language on this planet is gendered. There's only two genders, male and female, and not trying to upset anybody here, but this is a fact of law, it's a fact of nature, and it's a fact of the legal terminology. If you use any of these terms, some languages have different terms depending on if you're talking to a male or female. And the law also has terms like this. Executor is a man who has been named in a will to carry out your wishes. An executrix is a female that you name in a will to carry out your wishes. And trustees, receivers, administrators, legal guardians, and other handling under the order of a court, they don't have to have a real estate license either to sell your property or dispose of your assets. Now, if somebody is named, if you don't name somebody in your will as the executor or executrix, the court will appoint somebody called an administrator. That's what an administrator is. And that's probably going to be an attorney that they're going to pay some exorbitant fee to. Banks and trust companies for properties that they own, and insurance companies for properties that they own don't need to have a real estate license to sell real estate either for properties that they own. Now, attorneys are exempt while handling real estate in their normal practice of law, but an attorney who engages in the brokerage business, looking to get listings, working with buyers and sellers, they need to get a real estate license just like us, okay? Now, they could get a waiver for the education requirement to get their license, but they still need to take the exam. And on the next slide here, as I have a little note down here, on the next slide, we're going to have a question here that's at the end of the chapter. This is chapter 1, question 12, which is not in this slide. I think it's going to be on the following slide. Yeah, okay. So let's first go over this slide and then we'll get to that question. Who's exempt? Let's do the highlights now of those exemptions, which we just went over on the previous slide. Now in the book I'm giving you the opportunity to highlight the things that we just went over on my neat slide. See, I have the nice neat slides with the explanations and give you the full explanations. And then I have these other slides, which are just basically screenshots for the notes for you to highlight.
Got it.
Okay, doke. Everybody good?
Yes.
Everybody still highlighting? Okay.
Got it.
Got it.
All right. So exemptions. Which of the following are never? Now, this is also a good little test taking example here for you guys. When you see words on an exam question that are absolute in nature, always, never, except, other than, look out for, they're probably looking for something opposite of what you think they're looking for, okay? And if you see absolute words like that in answers, it's probably not the right answer. Just throwing it out there. But be careful when you see these terms in a question. Never, always, except, other than, okay? Which of the following are never allowed to sell real estate without a license?
B, insurance broker.
Insurance brokers.
Attorneys or owners?
Insurance brokers.
Okay, why you say insurance brokers? Or are we just guessing?
No, it just makes sense
Okay, so
based on, I mean, yeah.
here,
Same insurance.
let me go over this step by step so we could see why, okay? Because based on what we did on the previous slide over here, we could see, FSBOs, attorneys, executors, those under order of accord, banks and trust companies for properties that they own, and insurance companies for properties that they own. So we know banks, it says, are they never allowed to sell real estate without a license? No, they are if it's a property that they own. So we know it's not that answer. See, this is the way that we look for it. We don't look for the right answer. You do process of elimination, because there are some questions on exams that have all the answers that seem like they're right, but there's a better option. So you got to select the best option. So you do process of elimination to figure that out. Like in this instance, banks. Okay, so we know that there's a situation where banks are allowed to sell. So we know that that's not it. Insurance brokers. Well, we know insurance companies, but the brokers, are they talking about the individual or the company? I mean, if that's like throws a question for you that you're not sure at this point, let's table it and move on to the next one. Attorneys. Is there ever a situation where attorneys are allowed to sell real estate without a license? Sure, when they're acting in their normal practice of law. And what about property owners? Sure, they don't need a license to sell real estate. So just by process of elimination, you know that B, insurance brokers, is right. Now, let me explain why insurance brokers is right. Because it's not the company, it's the individual, the insurance broker. Okay. Companies, if the insurance company owns real estate, they could sell that real estate without a license, but not an insurance broker, an individual who works for that company. That's the reasoning behind that. Okay. So that's a good way to look at how to answer questions on exams. You do process of elimination and you look out for absolute terms and like that. All right. Payments for services. Salespeople cannot pay anyone and can only be paid by their broker under which they are employed, right? So to collect a commission, it's illegal for anyone to share any portion of a commission without a real estate license. You must be licensed at the time that the service is performed. So I hope none of you are helping somebody in a real estate transaction now without a license, right? Finder's fees, let's also refer to them as kickbacks. It's basically giving money back to somebody who doesn't have a license, who refers buyers or sellers to you. You're kicking money back to them for working with you or giving you a lead. Or that also includes giving money back to a seller. That's called a kickback, and it's illegal. First of all, who can you pay? As a salesperson, who can you pay? Repeat after me.
No one.
Only your brokers can pay their salespeople. Look, here, let's go. Brokers can only pay or share commission with any of their licensees. That covers all the different license types: broker, salesperson, and referral agent. They could pay another broker when they pay a referral agent from another company. They're paying the broker, and the broker pays their referral agent. Or for buyers, they could give rebates in the form of a credit or check at the closing. Buyers' rebates were allowed to give, but only to buyers of a primary residence. That's the home that you're going to be living out of. Not for second homes, investment or vacation properties, commercial properties, etc. We're allowed to give buyers rebates back, but not cash. We have to give them in the form of a credit or check at closing. Whoever the closing agent is, they would be paying them as a direct reduction from our commission before we get the commission for our brokerage to collect. Okay? So in other words, your friend says, hey, man, I got somebody who's looking to sell a house. Just throw a little something my way, when you close on the deal. And Who can you pay?
Nobody.
No one.
Who can you be paid by?
A broker.
Broker.
Only my broker can pay me, right? And who can my broker pay? Any of their licensees, another broker, or a buyer in the form of a credit or check at closing. They can give them a buyer's rebate. So anybody here want to give rebates to buyers?
No,
And why didn't you want to give a rebate to a buyer?
because I'm not licensed.
Oh, no, once you are licensed. Once you are
Yeah.
licensed,
Because that you're giving away money, right?
you're giving away part of your commission. But here's a point where it may make sense to give rebate back to a buyer. By the way, in the meantime, while I explain this, you guys can do this highlight here about the previous slide of what we just explained. This is on page 3, and I wrote the word kickback down here, by the way. So when would it make sense to give a rebate to a buyer, or to want to give a rebate to a buyer, even though you don't want to depart with any of your commission? Going to an open house, maybe. Buyers that walk in off the street to an open house. What are open houses for? Anybody know? Anybody ever been to an open house?
Isn't it to like promote the house?
To gain more clients, to gain more, like to, you know.
So does it help the seller?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
They're actually a tool for us, to be quite honest. That's the way we put it to sellers. We say, oh yeah, we're going to host an open house for you. We'll do that. Listen, the likelihood of somebody walking off the street and buying your house, that house is going to meet their needs and be in their price range is slim to none. It is such a minuscule, it's like 0.1%, if that, the amount of people that actually walk into an open house actually ever buy a house off of an open house. So it is a rare occurrence. It does happen, but it is rare. So why do we hold open houses then if it's such a waste of time? Well, it's not a waste of time for us. That's an opportunity for us to get more buyers. If I
Exposure.
buy this house, but you're going to buy something, why not do it through me? So this is a way for real estate agents. It's a tool for real estate agents to get more buyers for themselves. And guess what? Sometimes you may want to ask a buyer a question. Actually, you may always want to ask the buyer a question. Where are you living now? Are you a renter or do you own? Sometimes buyers have something they need to sell first. You could get a listing from a buyer. So you host an open house. One of those people walk up the street. You're a buyer? Oh, great. Where are you living now? Oh, you own? Oh, so you need to sell that house first. Do you have it listed yet? If not, I could list your property for sale and we could get you pre-approved for a mortgage and start seeing what your needs are and find you a house and start showing you homes. You don't have to start walking in into open houses at random and hoping that house is in your price range and meeting all of your needs. I could search the MLS and I could see every home that's on the market and I could show you every home that's on the market. Would you find that as a useful tool, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer? Oh, by the way, if you're not working with any other agent, I'd love you to work with me because if you buy a home through me, I will also give you up to 25% of my commission back at closing.
No.
That's a buyer's rebate. Now, because sometimes people, they walk into open houses, they don't even sign their right name on the sign-in sheet. So how do you know this person is going to ever be a client of yours? Well, I try to bribe them. Hey, it's a legal bribe, though. It's a legal bribe. You know, it's called a buyer's rebate. We're allowed to do it, so why not? Right? Yeah, what the hell? Listen, I've had open house sign-in sheets where later on I looked at those sign-in sheets and I found out that I had Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck attended my open house. You know, so I mean, are these people really going to be clients of yours? You know, if they're signing in with aliases like that, you know, or scribbling their name down or putting wrong information down, probably not. You know, so, but if you incentivize them, sure, I'm asking for offering them a legal bribe, you know, but it's a contingent on a couple of things. It has to be their primary home, and they have to buy it through me, which it's okay, you know. Would you take a referral from another agent? If,
No.
look, your first day on the job, you got no clients, you got nothing. A call comes in, an agent says, I've got a buyer or I got a seller, I got a listing for you, but I want a 25% referral fee on that. Would you take that listing?
No,
You wouldn't, and send them to me then. Tell them to call Vic then. I would take it in a
I had to
heartbeat.
say I would too.
We do that all.
But-
That's money you did not have before. That's new business, you know? So we take that all the time. So if you're going to take it from another agent, why wouldn't you want to incentivize a buyer at an open house who wouldn't otherwise work with you to try to convince them to work with you? You know, you give up a little bit, but you know, you can't count the pennies. You can't count every little expense. You got to look at the overall picture of all the business that you're doing. You know, that's the way you're successful in this. You know, especially when you're getting started. I know it's hard to see because you're thinking of, well, I want to get all that money. I want to get all that commission, you know, or wow, look at all these expenses to get started. Yeah, but look at how much money you can make. Look at your opportunity of how much money you can make on a real estate transaction. I mean, what's the average price of a home these days in the average price neighborhoods?
Like 350,000 plus.
Okay, so let's go based off of 350. So $350,000, right? Just punching some numbers in my calculator here for you. Okay, so we got $350,000. Let's just say you're not charging 6% commission. Let's say we're going with a lower, let's say 5%. Let's go with 4%. How about that? Let's be very conservative in our numbers. Okay, you're only charging 4% commission. Okay, so times 4%. Okay, that's $14,000. Now keep in mind, that's the total commission that gets split between the buyer side and the seller side. So let's say that you only got the seller side and you're not getting the buyer. The buyer comes in from another brokerage. So divide that in half. That's $7,000. And let's say conservatively that you're only on a 50-50 split with your broker. Divide that in half. You know how much you're walking away at the end of the day with? $3,500. Not bad for one client, you know, and for only half of a transaction at the lowest level commission splits, at the lowest level commissions, you know, that's not a bad amount of money to walk away with. And we're not even talking about if they have something else that they had to sell too, or if they were buying something else, now you're helping them buy another house or sending them out as a referral to another agent if they're moving out of state, and then getting a referral fee off of that. We're not even considering any of that. That's $3,500. That's not a bad deal. Now, let's just say you get both ends of that transaction. You got the buyer and the seller. Now you're at $7,000, double the commission on one deal. You know, let's say they had a house that they were going to buy. Now you refer them to another agent somewhere. Let's see, how much can you make on a referral? Here, let's go with the cheap. Let's go with a cheap house. Let's say 200,000. Let's say they're buying something that's only 200,000. Let's see. Let's go with that cheap commission. Times it by 4%. Let's say it's 4%, so you only get 2% from the seller side, the buyer side of that deal. So 2%. That's $4,000. Your referral fee would be off the top 20. Let's just say you negotiated, you only asked like a standard rate. You didn't ask for any more expensive rates. So you only asked for like a 25% referral. So times 25%, that's another $1,000 just for picking up a phone and referring them to someone else to buy a cheaper $200,000 something, you know, which we know that most things are not going for $200,000 these days. They're going for more than that, you know. So I'm being very conservative with this numbers, and we're talking about thousands and thousands of dollars here and there. And that's one client. One client. So giving them back a couple of bucks, I got no problem doing that, because you got to look at the grand scheme of it. And keep in mind, you're going to be wanting to work with multiple clients at one time. You're not putting all your eggs in one basket, only working with one client. You guys, you should, always be looking for new clients, working with more than one at a time, working with multiple buyers, multiple sellers, get as many listings as you can, and then your opportunity to make money is incredible, But you could see one commission more than pays all your expenses for school, testing, licensing, MLS, insurance, all of those fees and dues, and you still got some money in your pocket jingling at the end of the day. So don't get all hung up in all the startup expenses. One transaction will more than cover all that for the year, your expenses for the year, right? And then if you got other transactions, which you should do more than one transaction a year, now you're starting to make money. All right. So only a broker can pay a salesperson. Let's see, and only your broker can pay you. So here's some examples, once again, from that disciplinary actions page where agents got in trouble from collecting fees from somebody other than our broker. This one, Linda O'Connell admitted to accepting a commission as a salesperson from someone other than her employing broker. So her punishment, she has to complete an additional 3 hours of continuing education classes that will not count towards her license renewal. And she has to pay a $2,500 fine. Oof, there it goes. Is it worth it? No, go put everything through your broker, because there probably went most of her commission. Let's see, here, what about this guy? Formerly licensed real estate broker salesperson. Formerly. That he transacted real estate outside the scope of his employment without authorization from his employing broker. He collected commissions from someone other than his employing broker. He failed to indicate the license status on an executed contract. This is something new, by the way, that we have to do. On all contracts that we prepare, we have to put we have to disclose whether we're involved in the transaction as buying or selling, or if we're helping someone else. We have to disclose what type of license we have and our license number on those real estate transactions. The law requires it now in New Jersey. So he didn't do that either. And therefore, what happened to him? He was required to complete an additional 6 hours of CE and got a $3,000 fine. So they're out there investigating. They do find out stuff. Page 4. Unfortunately, this should be like a highlighted title, but they don't have it that way. So I want you guys to just put it in a box or highlight it or underline it so that you can see that this is not one complete run-on list of bullet points, okay? So the set of bullet points, it says an unlicensed assistant or secretary may not, and underline the term may not. And then down here, an unlicensed assistant or secretary may. So these are the things that an unlicensed person cannot and can do. We're going to go over this list. So an unlicensed person may not show property. Can't have them running around showing properties because you don't want to do it, or you're unable to do it. You can't. There's certain things an unlicensed person cannot do. Answer any questions about listed property. Hell, even secretaries at offices can't do that. Yeah, this is why sometimes you call a real estate office and you're just trying to find out if a property is still available. Like you don't even want to know any details, the price or how many bedrooms or bathrooms. You're just asking, well, is it still available? And they can't even tell you that. They just say, well, can I get your name and your number, your email address, and I'll connect you to a real estate agent, and or I'll have an agent call you back. I just want to know if the property is available. And you get this big runaround. Well, that's how you know that the person who answered the phone doesn't have a real estate license. Because it's illegal for them to tell you that. They may have the information sitting right in front of them, but they can't tell you. It's illegal. They can't make cold calls by phone or in person seeking business from potential listers, purchasers, tenants, or landlords. put an asterisk next to this one. They cannot discuss or explain a contract with anyone outside the brokerage firm. Yeah, because you're not licensed to. Now, there may be exam questions rooted to that one. I'll give you an example as we get further down in this list here. Unlicensed people cannot make calls for rent collection or except when accompanying a licensee, host an open house. If a licensee is there with them, they can do this. Help them host an open house or assist them at promotional booths and help them distribute promotional materials and attend home inspections with them to see how it's done. They're allowed to do that, but not unless that licensee is there with them. Now, an unlicensed assistant can do these things. They can answer phones and forward calls. It's a wonderful day at ABC Realty. How can I help you? Like, that's pretty much the extent of what they could do. You know, and get your name and number and have an agent call you back. They could process and submit listings and changes to the multiple listings system. Yes, they're not creating the listings. Me as a real estate agent, I meet with a seller or the owner of a property, and I have them fill out all these documents and contracts and sign off on them. And then I'm going to put that information into the MLS. They're just doing data entry. They're taking the information on those contracted forms and they're putting it in the computer. They're not coming up with the wording or being creative. I already did that and got approved, and they're putting it in the MLS now. Place signs on properties. For some reason, students always get this wrong on exams. You don't need a real estate license to put a real estate sign on a property. And I know you get this vision of the real estate agent in their fancy dress, pulling up in a Mercedes Benz or BMW and pulling the sign out of their trunk and putting it on the front lawn of the property. But here, let's go to another scenario. Our real estate licenses, there is no separate license. When you're licensed, you could work anywhere in the state of New Jersey. And you could work in all areas of real estate: new construction, resales, commercial, industrial, residential. So there's no separate license for those things. Property management. Now, just think of commercial real estate signs for a minute. You often see them on roads. They kind of look like billboards. This is how big they are, right? For the commercial property ones. Often you have a crew of like 3 guys on the back of a pickup truck with some shovels and stuff. They're digging they're digging ditches to put the signposts in. Then they build those signs on place and they put them together and they erect them and they put them on the property. So have that vision. If you get a question on exam, do you need to have a real estate license to put a sign on the property? Picture that crew of 3 guys in the back of the pickup truck building this commercial real estate sign. Do they got a license? Probably not. Right? Pick up keys and deliver documents. Oh, okay. So they could deliver documents, but they can't explain contracts. Actually, they're not supposed to even be delivering contracts. But here's a question that I've heard of being on state exam before in the past. I don't know if it still is, but I've heard of one like this before on exams. All right. Listen, pay attention. I want you guys to give me an answer, what you think the correct answer is. I'm only going to give you 2 of the 4 possible exam answer options. So we'll still narrow it down a little bit. On their way to present an offer, a real estate licensee and their unlicensed assistant get into a horrific car accident. The licensee is rushed to the hospital. What should the unlicensed assistant do with the contract? Deliver it or bring it back to the broker?
Bring it back to the
Bring
broker.
it back to the broker.
Okay. Now, why? Aren't they allowed to deliver documents?
Well, they can't
Yes,
deliver
but they're not
contract.
allowed to. They're not allowed to discuss it with the
Yeah.
other person.
Yeah, because what were they on their way to do? What would the question start with? On their way to present an offer, right? I mean, you're not gonna go there and be like, hey, listen, I got a contract here for you. Here you
I
go.
can discuss it with you.
You know, what is this? Sorry, I can't talk to you about it. Yeah, it doesn't make much sense to do that, right? So, yeah, you're better off bringing it back to the broker so that the broker can then go and deliver it and present it and explain it. Correct. That would be the correct answer option out of those two. All right.
I have a question.
yeah.
So, how would you be able to distinguish whether an unlicensed person is on the phone trying to discuss a contract with somebody?
They're not going to answer any questions because they can't. If they do, they'll get in trouble.
But in the hypothetical situation, if they were doing it under that sense,
If they get caught, they could get punished for violating the law. They're practicing real estate without a license. It's like practicing law without a license, practicing medicine without a license. It's a professional license, and it should be treated with the same respect, even though some people are like, it's real estate. It's still a professional license. It's highly regulated, and the fines can be severe, and you're going to have a record now for committing a crime. You're practicing real estate without a license, and you get yourself some pretty high fines for that. Okay.
Does the broker get in trouble? The broker that you are working for get in trouble for you doing that?
If you were working under a broker, yeah, they could. It's a big responsibility to be a broker. We have something called guilty knowledge, a term which we didn't go over yet, but we will. Guilty knowledge is basically your broker can be held liable for things that their licensees, licensed agents, and unlicensed assistants do, because they're responsible for everybody in their employ. So if those people are violating the law, what's the broker required to provide to you? Office space and guidance and direction. They're supposed to be supervising you, making sure that you're following the rules. And if you don't, the broker can be held liable. Now, guilty knowledge makes it sound like, well, they could just say, well, I didn't know. Well, the Real Estate Commission could say, yeah, but should you have known? Yeah, you see the little catch there? So, because we've had situations before where we had brokerages that had they had several hundred licensees under them in their office, and the broker tried giving as an excuse, well, how am I supposed to keep my eye on 400 agents? The Real Estate Commission was like, well, who told you to take on 400 agents? Only take on what you can handle. If you can't handle 400 agents, why do you got that many? You're responsible for all the agents you take on. That's your responsibility. Now, if those agents do something wrong, they will be held responsible for what they did wrong, but the broker can be held responsible for it as well. Okay, so it's a big responsibility to be a broker. All right, set up files and track and secure documents, scheduling appointments and showing listed properties, scheduling appointments for showing listed properties, not showing listed properties, okay? I could have an unlicensed person schedule a showing appointment for me because I'm the licensee. Only under the direction of a licensee have keys made for company listings, write in place ads, type contract forms, order inspections, prepare flyers and promotional materials. Yeah, only under my direction, because then I could review it to make sure everything is in compliance. It's not in violation with any of the laws, and to make sure any proper disclosures are in those advertisements, etc. Because look, as brand new agents, so far you guys aren't agents yet. You're at the point of being students. So you're basically unlicensed people right now at this point. Do you know all the required disclosures that are required to be placed in real estate ads? All the things that you have to say or cannot say? Do you know all the terms that can be deemed discriminatory? It's at this point, no. So this is why only under the direction of a licensee can they do these things, who will then review them. And listen, even as a new licensee, once you get your licenses, it's not a bad idea to have your brokers maybe review your advertisements before you go putting them out there in the public eye. You want to make sure that you're not violating any rules. Keep records and deposits for earnest money, that's something your broker should be doing. Secure deposits and rent. All right. So you as an agent will be given the money perhaps from your clients. You're responsible for then turning it over to your broker immediately, who then has to put it into what we call an escrow account or trust account. This is a bank account for keeping other people's money in for short terms. Okay. Follow up on loan applications or compute commission checks. Wait, unlicensed people can compute commission checks? Sure. The secretary at the brokerage office and the back room over there, they're preparing the commission checks for the agents, which they have earned, and they're doing the accounting stuff and all that, and then they put it to the broker to review and then sign off on. So yeah, they could do these things, and then the broker will actually sign those checks. So they type and they print the checks, but the broker will actually sign off on them. All right. So here's just another slide for the same type of stuff, talks about it with some other resources that where I got some of this information from. The Real Estate Commission has a flyer that explains this stuff, what an unlicensed person can and cannot do. And they tell you that unlicensed assistants, they're an important part of the staff. Having that secretarial assistance is important sometimes. However, given licensure requirements imposed by New Jersey statutes, there's parameters to the activities that the unlicensed assistant has to stay within. Okay, so we have this list of do's and don'ts, and basically here's that stuff that we went over on the previous one. They're allowed to answer phones and forward calls, but they can't give out any information about listed property. They can process and submit listings into the MLS. Here's an example of what a form would look like that we get when we're dealing with the owner. Here, let me open that up. And we get a listing, and we get the owners to sign off on it. Let me see here. Let's open one of these up. Okay, so here's a sample. Let me zoom in on this a little bit for you. That's a search. Okay, so the fields in red are the required fields that were required to gather all this information. You guys can see this, right? There's Garden State MLS up here.
Yes.
Okay. So these are the required information we have to gather to put a listing in the MLS. This one's for a residential one family house. All the information we gather, and there's pages and pages of this information. The owner's initial, the bottom of each page, and it's a lot of information about the property. We gather all this information, the property, the write-up, all that stuff. And at the end of the day, the owner signs off on it. Then we're going to give that over to our assistant. If we're not putting it in ourselves, we give that over to our assistant, who then types up and enters that information into the MLS. Okay. But you can't share your login information with anybody. So that information that you typed into the MLS, there's a separate assistant login that they need to get. MLS does allow assistant logins. All right, and so basically that's the information that they gather. Okay, are we back to the slideshow now? Yes, we are. Okay. Follow up on any loan applications after contracts have been executed, setting up filing procedures and documents and tracking paperwork and scheduling appointments. Only under the direction of a licensee, have keys made for company listings, write and place ads, keep records of and make earnest money payment deposits, calculate commission checks, place signs on properties, order items or inspections, host open houses, only with us being there, prepare flyers and promotional materials, and act as a courier for delivering documents or picking up keys, etc. Licensee is responsible for delivery of any contracts or closing materials, though. And here's an example. What did this guy do? David Beach, licensed broker, salesperson in Camden. Now, this is weird that, well, it's the rule and the rules are the rules. This one, you know, it's a shame, but, you know, that he got in trouble for this, but the way he did. If you were to read this final consent order, it tells you the whole court proceeding and what went down. And I read this one, and I believe on this transaction, what happened was he had a contract on a property with his client who was buying this house, and they were doing the final walkthrough, and he had to go somewhere else, so he left his client there in the house unattended during the final walkthrough. You can't do that. Even though they're buying the house and they're getting ready to close on the purchase of this house, you're at the end stage of it where you're going to be the owner soon. They are still not yet the owner. You cannot leave somebody who is not the owner of the house. You can't leave one of your clients unattended in a house. Okay. You have to be there with them. You can't give them the keys to the house or alarm codes or anything like that. Okay, so he got in trouble for leaving his client there unattended at the open house prior to the closing of the title. And you're not allowed to do that. So his license is put on probation for 1 year. Within 6 months of the issuance of this order, he's required to complete 6 hours of CE classes and pay a $3,250 fine. Yeah, just for that. But the rules are the rules. I don't know how he found out, but somebody reported him and they found out about it. Maybe the owner walked in and was like, "Who the hell are you? What are you doing here?" And they reported his activities, and the real estate commission investigated it. And unfortunately, he got in trouble. All right. So now let's go over these qualifications for licensure on page 4. That last thing was on page 4 too. So this is at the bottom of the page, continuing page 4 and 5, actually. All right. What's required to get your license? Salesperson or referral agent license. We all know this already. You probably studied this before you ever signed up for class. You have to be 18 years of age or older, have a high school diploma, education, or equivalent. Furnish evidence of good moral character. How do you do that? Well, you don't lie on your application about being ever convicted of a crime or arrested or having a high school education, or things like that nature. They find out later, they could have actions on your license. Successfully complete 75-hour pre-licensure course, which you're here to do now. You have to disclose your social security number to me. Guys, before you could take your school exam, part of that is you're going to have to fill out information that you're going to need to give me all of this information. I've had it on the registration for the school, but it's not a required field. But before you could take the school exam, it is. You need to give me your social security number, because if you pass the school exam, this is information that I have to put in an Excel file that I then send over to PSI, the state's testing provider. I have to upload it to their computer system. And I argued with the Real Estate Commission about this for years, that they should not be requiring schools to gather this information. The students should be giving this information directly to the state and no testing center. There's ways that they could arrange to do this. This is a gap in security. But for some reason, that's the way that they want to do things. So you got to beef about it. Complain to the rec, not to me, okay? I've been complaining to them for years, but you're going to have to give your social security number to me before you take the school exam. Provide documentation of citizenship. Well, you don't have to do this anymore. New Jersey, our governor waved his magic wand and declared that we are a sanctuary state. So you could be here illegally in the United States and get a professional license now. Even not just the governor, but our politicians here actually passed a law. The legislation is S 2455. that allows undocumented immigrants to obtain a professional license. You could get a license to do hair, to get a real estate license to practice law, do nursing, all that stuff. You know, any profession that requires licensing, you're allowed to get in New Jersey, even if you're not legally here. So this is no longer a requirement. Pass a state exam. Everybody got to do that. Get fingerprinted. And we already went over all them forms. And here's those links again. And then you got to get sponsored by a broker to activate the license. So at some point in time, after you pass the state exam and get fingerprinted, you're going to, before you can send in that paperwork to the state to get the license, you're going to need to select a broker. So you could start shopping at any time, even now, if you wanted to. And then start shopping around for brokers and comparing, deciding who you want to go work for. Okay, whether it's a small mom and pop shop, or if it's a franchise, or if it's a bigger brokerage firm. Okay, franchises are just names like Century 21, Keller Williams, you know, things of that nature. You know, those are all franchises. Your broker could be a small little mom and pop shop, but they pay tens of thousands of dollars to use a big name, a big brand name. And then now when you put your business cards and your advertisements, you could use their logos and their name and their branding. Okay. But the downside to that is every transactions that you do, those franchises get a piece of it too, right off the top. So say that you're on a 50-50 split and the franchise wants to get 6 to 8%. Well, you and your broker are going to split that. So right off the top, before your commission gets split, the franchise gets that 6 to 8% of every transaction for using that big brand name. Okay, that's the way that it works. All right, so in the book here, what to write, just add another little bullet point here, fingerprinting, because they left that out. You also need to get fingerprinted. And then the qualifications are pretty much the same for a broker too. You want to get a broker's license? Qualifications are the same. On page 5, they have that listed here, but we're gonna make a few notations there. But let me see. I'll have this is the notations you'll make. But before we do that, let's just go over this slide here. So you have to be 18 years of age or older. Wait, how old do you need to be to get your salesperson's license?
18 or older.
18.
Correct. So you have to prove a high school education or its equivalent, furnish evidence of good moral character, serve 3 years full-time as a licensed salesperson. So how old do you need to be to get your broker's license?
21.
Well, one would think.
No?
For exams and exam purposes only. Remember this rule of thumb. Anytime there's an exception to the rule, you follow the exception. That would be the correct answer. So there is an exception to this rule. So even though you have to be 18 to get your salesperson's license and then serve 3 years full-time as a salesperson to get your broker's license, therefore you have to be 21, right? There's an exception to the rule for honorably discharged veterans with service-connected wounds or disabilities. They could get a waiver for the 3-year full-time experience requirement and immediately go and get their broker's license. Okay, so because of that exception, technically, I think it is possible, although that would be a hell of a cram. You know, think of it. You got to be 18 to join the military, right? So let's see, I joined the military at 18. I guess I got hurt in the military in that first year. Then I went and I got my salesperson's license. I got sent back home. I recovered enough to go to school, get my salesperson's license. And then I get a waiver for the 3-year full-time requirement. And then I take the broker's class and I become a broker. Okay? So that's a lot to happen within a short period of time. But technically, I guess it could be possible. So the answer is still 18. How old do you need to get your broker's license? It would be 18 because of that exception for the honorably discharged veterans with those service-connected wounds or disabilities, okay? That's why. But you also need to know how long do you need to be a full-time salesperson to be a broker? 3 years. Now you have to go back to school and you got to take a broker's course, which consists of 3 modules. There's a 30-hour class on ethics agency law, 30-hour class on office management, and a 90-hour course on the core topics. You add them up, that equals 150 hours. So it's a 150-hour course total. Okay. Disclose social security number, just like you did for the other one. You don't have to provide documentation or citizenship anymore, but you got to get fingerprinted again and pass a state exam to get the broker's license. So here's the notes that you should make on the book on page 5. Next to be 18 years of age or older, I typed this in so that you don't have to read my chicken scratch anymore. And I wrote, this is an exception for disabled veterans with service-connected wound or disability. You could put it in your own words just so that you understand why, okay? And then I put an arrow from that down to this 4th bullet point, 1, 2, 3, 4th bullet point that says serve 3 years full-time as a salesperson. Because otherwise you need to be 21 years old, right? But that exception applies. And then we once again wrote in fingerprinting down here.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay. See a few people still writing, so I'll give you a second.
Good.
All right, so what is full-time? We see you got to be 3 years full-time as a licensed salesperson. What is full-time? You're not punching in on a time clock when you're working as a real estate salesperson, are you? No. As a matter of fact, most salespeople, when they're in the office, I'm asking them, what are you doing here? Unless you're preparing a contract, you're meeting with clients, you're doing research on the computer, or preparing advertising materials or something, you're not working. If you're just sitting in the office with your thumb up your butt, right? You're not working. You're not working just because you're in the office. You should be out there shaking hands, kissing babies, handing out business cards, and interacting with the public, right? That's working. You know, getting the name out, getting your word out, meeting people, letting everybody in the world know that you are in the real estate business and you want them to do business with you, right? That's working. So what is full-time? Well, there are 2 definitions for full-time. One is for a salesperson who is trying to get their broker's license. This is the definition you need to know for exams. You work full-time means you're working 40 hours a week between the approximate hours of 10 a.m. and 8 p.m. and not having another job for more than 25 hours a week. 10 a.m. is kind of a late start, though. Early bird gets the worm. Little tip for you. You see, most real estate agents, they don't start rolling in the office until noon. But, you know, there's people that call early in the morning, guys. You know, early bird gets the worm, you know. And people don't just always call the real estate office either, but you could reach out to people and start working earlier. Not having another job for more than 25 hours a week. Why? Well, I guess because you're supposed to be doing this. I don't know. But that's considered full-time. They have that specific thing in there that you can't have another job more than 25 hours a week. If you do, then you weren't working full-time. I don't know. There's many people out there that have more than one full-time job, so I don't understand that. Now, what is full-time for somebody who already has their broker's license and they're managing an office? Well, they have to be physically present in the office 5 days a week during normal business hours, whatever those hours may be, and not have another job. Why? Because they're supposed to be in the office supervising. Now, keep in mind, this is the strict exam definition. In real life, are there brokers out there or office managers that also do other jobs? Sure. Are there brokers out there who are not sitting in the office all day long? Yes, we call them working brokers, especially some of these small mom and pop shops. It may only be the broker they're the only person there. So you think they're sitting their butt in a chair all day? No, they're going out showing properties, getting listings, but they're showing their face in the office every day or at least 5 days a week. So if they have any agents, those agents can reach out to the broker and get in touch with them to answer any questions they may have. That's basically it. And the purpose of this rule is to prevent license lending as well. There's some people out there who have brokers' licenses and but they don't want to work. They just want to get paid. So they know that you're a new person, you're a salesperson, you want to open up your own brokerage. So you hire a broker. So now you're just using their license to open up the brokerage, but that broker is not really ever there, not really ever doing anything. Okay. So this rule is there to prevent that. All right. Now, when you go to get your broker's license, you're going to have to, since you're not punching in on any time clock, how do you prove that you were working full time when you go to get your broker's license? You aren't punching in on the time clock. Well, you're going to need to show your experience. And you could do that by showing a list of maybe all of your closings that you did or all the clients that you worked with that maybe never turned into a transaction. But still, your broker can say, no, they weren't full time. No, they had another job. And they got a say in it. So your broker can screw you over. So to prevent that, because I've seen that happen before, because for some reason, there's a lot of brokers out there like this, that they don't want their agents to go and get a broker's license because they think that they're going to now open their own brokerage, because some of them do, and then try to steal their agents away and open up their own brokerage. Okay. And unfortunately, some agents do that, so they give the others a bad rap. So now the brokers are trying to be really cautious, and they don't want you to get your broker's license because of that. For me personally, I don't care. I hope you try to get your license. If you want to leave my brokerage, screw you. Go be wherever you are. But I'd rather have better educated agents. Go get your broker's license. I'm going to encourage you. Hey, if we open up another office, maybe I could have you as the manager. Or maybe when I go on vacation, I can't leave the office open if I'm the only broker there. I need somebody with a broker's license, a broker salesperson's license to take my place when I'm away. Otherwise, the office can't be open, right? You can't work unsupervised, right? So there's some reasons there why a brokerage may want other people with a broker salesperson's license, and it also gives you the opportunity I'll train you how to get into management. You may never need to open your own brokerage. You come up with all the funds and expenses for that. You could promote within the company. All right. But either way, a good way to try to prevent a broker from screwing you over is basically just typing up a form for yourself. State your name and your real estate license number, and have your broker sign this quarterly, that between these dates and these dates, between these months, I was working full time at this brokerage, and have your broker sign. And if you keep doing that every quarter, every 3 months throughout your career. Now, if you ever want to go get a broker's license, now you've got all the paperwork that supports it. So your broker is not going to just come in later on and say, oh, no, he or she wasn't working full time. Oh, really? Then why'd you sign this form? That's your signature, right? You said I was working full time. I had you sign it every quarter, right? Because I've had people that came to me, to pay for that $1,000 broker course, take the broker's course, thinking their broker wouldn't object to it, only to find later on their broker wouldn't sign off on it. And now you just pissed away $1,000 and a bunch of your time. So that's unfortunate, but sometimes it happens. So there's, I I just showed you a way to prevent that from happening, but there's also this broker's experience history report. Here, I'll open this up. So this broker's experience history report, it's a 2-page document, 2-sided document. It basically, the first side of it shows the, why did this go to 2-page layout? Got a single page layout. It's open within the browser. There we go, 1 page at a time. So as we can see here, this is the application to get your broker's license. You pay a $25 application fee. You fill out this form, the first page. The second page, the other side here, has to be filled out by your broker, confirming that you work full-time and did not have another job. And then everybody signs off on it. Then you submit this to the Real Estate Commission along with your application fee to get the permission to take the broker's course and get your license. Hopefully you're not going to have any trouble or issues with your brokers, but don't wait till last minute. Get your brokers to sign off on that before you ever sign up for the course. And way before that, to make sure you never get screwed for your 3 years of service full time, have your brokers sign that document quarterly that you're going to make up, just make a Word document and just change the date periods there and have them sign off on it every 3 months that you were working full time. So this way you don't get screwed over. Okay. I'm looking out for you guys, trying to.
Does it have any vacations available or in the full time vacation?
Well, everybody's allowed to go on vacation too, but still what are you going on vacation for 3 months?
No, but you say suppose you take a couple of weeks.
You may not want to do that if you're going for your broker's license. All right. So what do you guys see now? You guys seeing the slideshow again?
Yes.
Okay. What's other things? A bunch of windows open in the background. Sorry, I'm just closing them so my computer doesn't start slowing down on me, but I doubt it will. It's a new computer. All right. All right, so these are the 2 definitions that you need to know. This is the definition that can be found on page 5, and this is the definition that can be found on page 16. Full-time for a salesperson and what full-time for a broker is. So here on page 5, you would highlight this, and then on page 16, you would highlight this. These are actual screenshots for what to highlight for full-time.
Good.
Okay. Everybody got it? Anybody still working? All right. Unless anybody ever says, wait, I'm going to turn. Okay. So, license exception for veterans. I already told you, if you're a honorably discharged veteran with a service-connected wound or disability, you can get a waiver for that 3-year full-time experience requirement. Here's a document that goes over that. And your licensing and testing fees would also be waived. I think we should give our veterans, all the courtesies and benefits that they're entitled to. But I support them 1,000%, but I think this is one of the dumbest ones, waiving the 3-year full-time experience requirement. How you expect it to supervise somebody if you don't have any experience on the job yourself, you know? How effective are you going to be?
No, what, Victor, I was thinking the same thing early on when we mentioned about this exemption.
Yeah.
You're not ready. I mean, I don't think it helped them actually.
Yeah. Why did they have the exception? Oh, I'm sorry. Why did they have the 3-year experience requirement to begin with? You know, so that you get the experience that before you can supervise somebody. You know, it makes no sense to waive it. You know, I understand wanting to give veterans all the benefits possible, but I think this one's kind of dumb. But I don't make the rules, so don't shoot the messenger. All right. Now let's see. Let's look at some of the exceptions for education requirements. So the Real Estate Commission, the REC, they could agree to waive the education requirement for qualifications for getting your salesperson's license for a licensed broker from another state. If you're a licensed broker in another state, you can come to New Jersey and get your salesperson's license. You don't have to take the classes here. Someone previously licensed as a New Jersey broker within the past 5 years, if you let your license lapse, you did not renew it for that and you didn't reinstate it within that 2-year period, that one licensing term, you could still get your license reinstated, but as a salesperson. Basically, you got demoted. But that's because you didn't have it active and you weren't renewing it. Someone who has taken equivalent real estate courses in college, meaning that you majored in real estate in college. New Jersey attorneys, they can get an education waiver. However, they do not get a experience waiver for the 3-year full-time experience requirement to become a broker. And certain applicants who took equivalent pre-licensing courses in another state, meaning that they were a minimum 75-hour licensing requirement. And then New Jersey does not have reciprocity with any other states. That's important to know as well, usually an exam question. Reciprocity means that if you're licensed in one state, you could go to another state, show that you're licensed in another state, and boom, they'll just give you the license in their state. Well, New Jersey doesn't do that. We don't have reciprocity with anybody. We don't just give the license to anybody. At minimum, we could waive the education, but they still require you to take your exam here. Okay. Other states, like if you're licensed in New York, you can show your license to Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvania will just give them the license. New Jersey doesn't have any kinds of licensing reciprocity in that regard. So let's do some highlights pertaining to that we just explained. Here's the no reciprocity thing down at the bottom, and the experience waivers, and the commission can agree to waive the education requirement for who. I just put that in its own box.
Got it.
Got it.
Got it.
Great. Okay. This is not the latest screenshot. Let's see if I sent myself the latest screenshots, and I'll add it to the slide. Because the current one from the book says right here, 4515-12-1 states that no license will be issued to anyone convicted within the preceding 5 years of forgery, burglary, robbery, or any theft other than shoplifting, criminal conspiracy to defraud, or any other like offense. Okay, but they actually state the 4515 here. And then it says sections 12.9. Okay, and then this is the same. Okay, so I just got to remember to take the new screenshot from, well, actually, I'll just take a screenshot right now of it. And then I'll just add that to the slide show here. When I get a chance. All right. So once again, licenses and criminal convictions, no license will be issued to anyone convicted within the preceding 5 years of forgery, burglary, robbery, any theft other than shoplifting, criminal conspiracy to defraud, or any other like offense as well. Additional licensing issues, this is covered on page 5, 6, 7. Yeah, you may want to take a screenshot of this one or print out this slide right here because a couple exam questions based off of this slide. So let's go over them. The required experience to have a broker's license, what is it? 3 years full-time. And what is considered full-time for a salesperson trying to get their broker's license? Anybody remember?
Minimum of 40 hours.
40 hours a week between the hours of approximately
Thank you.
And
And to
wait,
eight,
10 to 8. And
no other job.
no other job for more than 25
More
hours.
than 25.
more than 25 hours a week. Correct. And what if you become a supervising licensee? You're now an office manager or a broker. What is full-time for you?
5 days a week, 40 hours.
Well, they don't give an hour requirement. They just say physically present in the office 5 days a week during normal hours. And there's another important line there.
No other job.
No other job for them. All right. Now, non-residents can obtain a New Jersey license, but they must file an irrevocable consent to service a process. Oh, actually, I'm skipping here. Time limit on your application to get your real estate license, a year is a year is a year. You got 1 year from the day that you pass the school exam to get your real estate license, not just to take the state exam. If you're not a resident of New Jersey, you live out of state, you can get your New Jersey license here, but you need to sign an irrevocable consent to service a process. In other words, it's a document that says that you consent to come back to New Jersey to agree to be sued here and have charges filed against you here in the state of New Jersey. And basically, here is the form for that. I know that we have somebody in this class that has their ID showing that they don't live in New Jersey. So here's that actual form. So I'm going to share that with you here in the chat window. There you go, everybody. That's the irrevocable consent to service a process. That's what it looks like, okay? There we go, a revocable consent to service a process. That being a subdivider under the provision of New Jersey Real Estate Sales Full Disclosure Act, I do further irrevocable consent services.
Goodness me.
Wait, this may not be the right one. The commission shall make one true, correct copy of someone's process certified now. Wrong consent to service a process. This is the only one I could find on their website, though. This one is for subdivisions. This is not for the licensee. Okay, so you'd have to get that one, but it's similar. It's one that you agree to come back and have charges heard against you here in the state of New Jersey. Okay, so this is not that right one for getting your license here. Okay, so actually, let me remove this because that's not the right one. This is the one for subdivisions. So let me try to track down this slide here that we're on and remove that link because it's wrong. So the Real Estate Commission or PSI will give you that form to sign when you're going to get your license. PSI, I believe, would have it. Let me see if I click on this and go to the Real Estate Commission's websites, licensing and education. Let me see if we can find that form here. Links related to Census bureaus, continuing education, program. Yeah, I think that's a form you got to get from PSI or from the Real Estate Commission directly. I'm trying to find it online. Oh, applications and forms. Okay, hold on a second. So I'm on the Real Estate Commission's website here, so you can see what I'm doing now. Real estate applications and forms. The initial license, irrevocable consent to service a process for corporations, limited liability companies, sole proprietorships. I think these ones all have to deal with though those subdivisions. Let me see. I think this one might be it. Yeah, I think this is it now. Okay, so you could get those forms. That's that form right there. And all of the forms on the Real Estate Commission's website that can be located here are on this page, the Rec Forms page. Oh, wait. Here we go. Licensing, irrevocable consent to service a process. They got so many versions of this form. No, but this one's, that's not the right one. It says subdivider. They don't even have it in the right order. Oh, that's, no, that's right. Instructors. Waivers, licenses. Referral licensing. Yeah, that the first one that I sent to you guys, that was it. So I'm just going to put that link. To this page with all the forms on it in the slideshow. So if you need to find it, you can find it there in the slideshow. And I'll also update it in the class links Word document. Which I will then update in the shared Google Drive so that you guys will have all the latest stuff. Okay, so as you can see, I just added it here to the Rec Forms page. We also have the fees guide and that consent to service a process is that other link that I sent you guys. That was this one. And we add that in there too. Word document. So we got the proper one. Let's see. All right. A licensee must notify the real estate commission within 30 days of any arrest, indictment, or being charged with a crime, or if they move, update their address on file with the real estate commission. Just like when you move, you're supposed to update your license with the DMV for your driver's license. You're supposed to also notify the real estate commission within 30 days if you move, so they know how to get in touch with you. But also within 30 days for any arrests or indictments or being charged with a crime. If you don't do that, that in itself could be reason for disciplinary action. And in chapter 2, we're going to go over what the outcome of that would be, what they could do. So corporations can be granted a real estate license only if one of the officers has a broker's license, and then that officer will become the broker of record for the corporation. The state exam fees are paid directly to the testing company, which is PSI. That's the company the state's currently contracted with, not the schools. Okay, so schools don't collect the fees for the state exam, and so therefore it can't be included in our tuition either. Temporary license can be requested if your broker dies or becomes mentally or physically incapacitated, who can take over for your broker. Well, anybody in that office already have a broker's license, a broker salesperson's license, they could step right into that position. But if there's nobody that does the brokerage have to shut down? No. If there's a salesperson there that meets the requirements to go get their broker's license, but they just haven't chosen to do so up until now, they could request a temporary broker's license from the real estate commission, which will be good for 1 year. And in that year, they have to make it legit. They need to take the broker's course, pass the exams, etc. Okay? So that's another exam question. Failure to renew, if you don't renew your license, what happens to it? How long can your license become inactive where you can still reactivate it? One licensing term, which is 2 years. After that, it becomes void and you got to pay a school to start all over again and go through the whole process again. And I'm sure you guys don't want to do that. And then the licensing fees, how much do you pay to initially get your license as a salesperson?
$160.
Correct. And brokers?
1,000.
Well, no, everything was double,
270.
270. The license is 200, and how much money they give to the guarantee fund is double. That's $20. Plus, it's the same fee for the background check, $50. So it's 270. Okay. So to renew the license for a salesperson or referral agent, it's $100, and for brokers and broker salespeople, it's $200. And then transfer and termination fees. If you decide that you ever want to transfer your license from one broker to another, you basically tell your broker, listen, please terminate my license. They're not canceling your license permanently forever. You're just terminating your affiliation with that brokerage firm. That's the language that they use. Your license has been terminated. Yeah, with that brokerage, now I'm going to go put it with somewhere else. Okay. So don't get freaked out when they start using terms like your license is terminated. All right. It's $25 to transfer your license from one broker to the next. So there's no fee to cancel your license with the broker, but then when you want to transfer into a new firm, it is $25 transfer fee. Okay.
Quick question. And
Yeah.
how I don't know, I guess the word is how fast would the transfer be from one company to the next?
Well, it depends on how long it takes your broker to actually log into the computer and cancel your license to terminate your license from their brokerage firm. Here, let's see. Let's see how long it takes. Are you guys ready? We're gonna do a little experiment here. Let's see how long it takes. NJ.gov. All right, whose license should I terminate? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not I click on. Look. I'm going to click on somebody's license. I got to put in a date there, and then I submit. Boom. That's the. But how long does it take your broker to actually remember their login, where they got to go to do it, and I mean, they should have that down. Here. Give them 20 minutes. That should be enough time to do it. I mean, I just did this in seconds. It doesn't take that long.
So there's no excuse.
There's really no excuse. But listen, if it's taken them more than a week to do it, it shouldn't take more than a week. If it's taken them a couple days, give them a call back. Don't go calling the real estate commission yet. Give them a call back. Maybe they're busy. Maybe they forgot. Maybe they had a lot on their plate. Just give them a call back. Say, listen, I need you to terminate my license with you. You haven't done it yet. Can you please get that done right away? And then get them to do it. If they still don't do it and days have gone by, call them again. Say, listen, what do I got to do to get you to terminate my license with your brokerage? Do I got to call the real estate commission to get this done? Then they'll hop right on, because they don't want to get any trouble for that. Okay. So basically do that, and you should get it done within a couple of days. All right. Now, once they terminate it online, you could see how quickly you could do it online. It's not going to immediately reflect in that database. You have to wait overnight. The database gets populated with the changes, and then the next day it'll show, unless it's a weekend. That database only gets repopulated during the week. All right. So that's how long it would take. And then you go over to the next brokerage, they pull it in, and then you don't show into their database until 24 hours. You have to let it repopulate overnight, and then it'll show up there. And now you can print out your pocket card and start working. Okay. So that's the process.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The hell is that? All right, so that's that for that slide. But as you can see, let's see, there was a couple questions on there, possibly on exam. How long required experience to get a broker's license? 3 years. What is full time? How long do you have to get your license from the time you pass a school exam? A year. Can non-residents get their licenses here in New Jersey? Sure, they just need to file a consent to be sued in the state. Boom, an exam question. How long do you need to notify within the real estate commission of any indictment or being charged with a crime? 30 days. Can a corporation get a broker's license? Sure, and then the officer becomes a broker of record for the corporation. What if your broker dies or becomes mentally or physically incapacitated? Who can take over for them? Salesperson with 3 years full-time experience, unless there's already somebody there with a broker's license. They get that temporary broker license, which is good for how long? How long is that temporary broker's license good for? Before
1 year.
1 year. If you don't renew your license, how long do you have to reinstate it?
2 years.
2 years or one term, right? And that's it. So time limit on the application. Now, all that stuff that we just went over on that bulleted list, here's the stuff to highlight it. This is all the same stuff that we went over on the previous slide. So go. Page 6. By the way, when you take the state exam, school exam, I told you, you got 2 attempts that are included in your tuition. If you should need more, it's $20 for 2 more, each 2 additional attempts. State exam, you pay for each exam attempt. It is $38 now. $38. I told somebody the other day 47. It's actually 38 now. That's the updated one. And there's no limit on attempts in New Jersey. Okay. Okay, everybody good?
Got it.
All right.
Good.
All right, continuing education classes, we already went over this. Remember, I told you it's spread out throughout the book, and so I put it all on one slide. Well, here's one place where you could highlight one of those things for continuing education on page 6. You know, may subject a licensee to a processing fee of $200 if you don't complete it. If not completed by April 30th, odd years. The required course should be completed on or before April 30th of the renewal year. Okay, so you don't need to write this in there, by the way. You could just highlight, may subject the licensee to a processing fee of $200. The required course should be completed on or before April 30th of the renewal year. So if not completed by April 30th, then you get that $200 fee. And then here's the hours that are required for the CE. 12 hours with at least 6 core topics, including 2 hours on ethics, 1 on fair housing, 3 other core topics totaling 6 hours. And then the other remaining 6 can be anything, which they don't really explain here. Just checking. I know I took a bunch of these screenshots before from the last class I was taking with the new book. Let me just make sure that I have, see if those things were sent to myself. Or if I got them here in the computer. I gotta take a look. Let's see. And so all right. The salesperson's license with a real estate referral company is not required to complete any continuing education. This is on the this is the last paragraph at the bottom of the page. See, I have it listed as being on the next page. I got to put the newest screenshots here from this book. So this is actually the bottom of page 6, and then this is on page 7. And this is what I typed up over here, or you could handwrite.
None.
All right. Let me also pause. Whoops. Okay, so I just I forgot to start recording this again just to make sure that we have it in the recording. This is the page about the guarantee fund and everything we need to highlight on that. But previously, I think, what did we miss out on? We just missed out on the testing center and the passing of the exam, right? I don't think we did the CE or anything like that afterwards, okay? But here we had the CE, we went over failure to renew the license, how much it costs to renew the license, change of the license status. You could change your license from salesperson to referral agent and back. And depending on how long you have your license hanging in referral, could dictate how much CE you need to take. So you should probably always start off with getting your salesperson license, even if you're planning on becoming a referral agent, and then convert it to a referral agent, pay the extra fee. It'll be worth it in the long run, so you don't have to take any exams when you're converting your license from referral agent to a salesperson again in the future. What are the requirements to get the license? Once again, pass the exam, get fingerprinted, affiliate with a broker, and send those check in to the real estate commission. And what IDs to bring and what passing score is on a state exam. 70%, you have 4 hours to take the exam. Can't get more than 33 questions wrong. They're going to give you extra couple questions on the state exam that you're not going to know which ones are going to be graded and which ones are not. So make sure you answer them all. But those extra questions that are not graded, they're just testing them out to see if they're going to use them in future exams as actual questions that they will be graded. Here's the links to the Real Estate Commission's database. These are domain names that I bought that point to the Real Estate Commission's longer link here. That includes dashes and underscores and capital and lowercase letters and such. These are just shortcuts to that same link right there. NJ Rec license or NJ Real Estate license search will take you to the Real Estate Commission's database to search for your license. And once your name is showing in that database, you can get your license number down. That'll be listed as a reference number. And then come on, what's going on with this mouse? And then let's see. You got to print out your pocket card and carry that pocket card with you at any time you're conducting business. And here are those links for that. Here are the physical locations for testing centers if you want to go take it in person. This is on page 9. And page 9 also, what IDs you should bring with you. You need 2 forms of ID with at least 1 unexpired government-issued photo ID to the testing center. And for fingerprinting, you got to check their list there to see what are acceptable forms of ID that I showed you earlier on. You could click this link and it'll show you the types of IDs that are required, depending on, your situation. All right, the Guarantee Fund, we had these things highlighted. What is the purpose of the Guarantee Fund? It was established to reimburse members of the public who suffer a monetary loss in their real estate transaction because your agent basically ripped you off. They did some sort of wrongdoing, such as embezzlement, conversion, unlawful obtaining of money or property, or in a real estate transaction by a licensed broker, salesperson, or an unlicensed employee of that broker who was handling that money. So basically, if you're buying a house, you got to put a deposit down. When you put that deposit down, if that agent didn't put it in the escrow account, instead they decided they want to see if they could double their money at Parks Casino first, and then they lost it all, then they're in a situation, aren't they? Because they basically stole your money. That's what conversion is. When they take your money and turn it into theirs, they converted it, right? So the party first has to obtain a court judgment naming the Real Estate Commission as party to the suit so that the commission's aware something's going on. And then if the party who suffered the loss is unable to collect on the judgment, because it's one thing to get a judge to say, you owe that person money. That's what we call a judgment. Then you get a piece of paper from the court. So it's one thing to have a piece of paper from the court that says, yeah, you owe me money. It's another thing to collect it. Let's see. So if you can't collect that money, you could file a claim to the Guarantee Fund anytime within 6 years for payment. What's the maximum payout? $20,000. Where does the Guarantee Fund get the money from? Every salesperson pays $10 when they get licensed initially, and every broker and broker salesperson $20. And what happens to your license if there's ever a payout from the Guarantee Fund? Your license is revoked. Now, I know it says your license is revoked until the fund is reimbursed with interest, but hey, here, let's go to this slide here where I explain what was on a previous slide a little bit better. Your license is revoked until the fund is reimbursed with interest. It may be possible to get your license again years later if paid back with interest, and the agent shows remorse that they changed their lives around and they're no longer a thief. Okay? Because remember, what had to happen in order to get a payout from the guarantee fund? You stole their money. All right? You didn't give it back. They had to sue you. They got a judgment against you and you still didn't pay them. They had to file a claim against the guarantee fund, but only after they filed criminal charges against you now. And then they got their money from the guarantee fund, and at that point, your license was revoked. So what are you going to do? At that point, you're going to be like, oh, my bad, here's the money back, and you think you're going to get your license back right away? No. So years later, at least 5, remember, because people who've done things like this at least 5 years later, they could file they could try to get their license again, as long as you didn't commit a felony within the last 5 years, and provided that the real estate commission goes over your what happened in the situation, did the person show remorse, and most importantly, did they also pay back the money with interest to the guarantee fund? All right, so a lot of questions on that. You'll get, well, a couple questions you could get out of that, right? What are some of these questions? What's the purpose of the guarantee fund?
To reimburse members of the public
For what?
for suffering monetary loss.
Oh,
due
okay,
to-
hold on. Let me do this. What is the purpose of the guarantee fund?
Guaranteed money for people, lost money is due to.
Okay, see, I want you guys to pay attention because this stuff is on exams, you know.
It's to guarantee money when an agent does something unlawful or bad towards a customer, like that's unlawful or illegal, to guarantee that the customer gets
if
paid for
you,
it.
if you rob them, basically.
Right.
If you took their money, you stole their money, and you used it. You embezzled the money, you converted it, you took their money, and they suffered a monetary loss. If you did that, then they could file a claim against the guarantee fund. So the guarantee fund is meant to reimburse members of the public for a monetary loss in the transaction due to the wrongdoing of the agent because they stole their money. All right. Now, that's the purpose of the guarantee fund. How much can that person get reimbursed up to?
$20,000.
20,000. So I hope they didn't give you more than that you stole. Where does the guarantee fund get its money from?
The contributions from the salesperson,
Contribution
from
from-
broker.
At the time you get your license, paying more than $100, which is your license fee, you also pay money into the guarantee fund, $10. Brokers and broker salespeople pay $20. So every time somebody gets a license, that money goes to the guarantee fund. So we have plenty of people over the years that have gotten their licenses, whether they got in the business or didn't, and they contributed money to that guarantee fund. Okay, so that's where that money goes to. And how long does somebody have to file a claim against the guarantee fund?
6 years.
6 years. What happens to your license if there's a payout from the guarantee fund?
It's revoked.
It's revoked. Boom. That's what you need to know for exams. But you see how many questions I just pulled out of that?
Yep.
You could get quite a few questions on this stuff on exams, and you probably will get at least a couple. All right. So that's why I wanted to throw that out there and make this a stickling point. I'm not putting anybody on the spot, but this is what you needs to know. So I just wanted to make a point about it. Okay. All right, so the guarantee fund reimbursement, once there's a payout, the licensee's license is revoked. It is possible to get the license back in the future, only if the fund is reimbursed with interest, and most likely later than 5 years from now, if they showed remorse as well. Here's an example that happened in 2020. Leon Cabarcas, formerly licensed as a real estate broker in Passaic, commission determined that he violated the New Jersey statutes of unworthiness, bad faith, dishonesty. His broker's license is revoked and he shall be ineligible for reinstatement of his license until he satisfies the full judgment, including reimbursement of the guarantee fund with interest. Now, does that mean if he pays it back today, he'll get it like his license back tomorrow? No,
No.
maybe years later, you know, because what happened, what had to take place, remember, in order for that payout to occur? You know, not only did you have to get sued, lose a lawsuit, fail to pay them back, they filed a claim against the guarantee fund. They also had to file criminal charges. Let me see, where is that? A criminal claim must be filed against the offending party as well. So a lot had to go down before it ever got to this point.
Hey, Victor,
Yes.
I'm just wondering, I mean, the real estate commission would not terminate or take any action unless they are party to the suit and end up paying from the guaranteed funds. So that broker, if we
No.
never get to that point, can you just continue your practice then?
No, what this is saying is, in order to get a payout from the guaranteed fund, the real estate commission needs to be party to the suit. So they're aware something's going on to begin with, so that they could get involved.
Yeah, no, I get that. What I'm saying is, outside of trying to get the money from the guarantee fund, if I'm the victim
Yes.
and I chose not to go after the guarantee fund because it's $8,000 not worth my while, let's say,
Mhm.
what happens to that broker? Do they still get penalized for doing the bad thing?
Was the real estate commission aware of it?
Question, how do we inform them, right?
You got to contact the real estate commission to file a complaint. If nobody,
There are other avenues, okay.
if nobody files a complaint with the police, are the police going to investigate a crime that they're unaware of? You know, it's the same kind of scenario right here. The real estate commission has to be aware that something happened. They don't just know. they're not they're not seers like that, right? They don't
Yeah,
just
no, I mean, once you
Yeah.
inform them, I'm assuming they will take some action because, you know, this
Yes.
going after the guarantee fund triggers automatic termination and restatement is very difficult. So that part is automatic.
correct.
You do file a complaint to the commission. I'm assuming there's a procedure where they look into, you know, whether it was a wrong allegation or whether it had substance.
Investigators, yeah, the investigators get involved. But somebody has to file a complaint.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Now, every person working in a rental referral agency who for a fee refers prospective tenants to rental units is required to have a real estate license and to enter into a written contract with prospective tenants and landlords. What the hell is a referral agency? A rental referral agency. Don't all agents do rentals? What's the difference between a rental referral agency and just a regular agency? All right, rental referral agencies are these they're licensed real estate companies that actually only deal with rentals. They don't deal with sales. They only deal with rentals. And they reach out to and they deal with apartment complexes. So most real estate agents do not work with apartment complexes. When we deal with rentals, we're dealing with 1, 2, 3, 4, family homeowners, and we're getting listings to rent those properties out. We don't deal with apartment complexes because they got their own rental departments, right? They got a rental office. So we don't usually bother with them. But somebody turned this actually to a whole niche, like this company, Best Rent NJ. You guys may know of them because they're big around here. So that's the only reason why I'm bringing them up. They're one of the biggest ones around. I'm not promoting anybody at all. I know there's a couple of other rental referral agencies around. I just don't know them off the top of my head. But this is a familiar name, so I'm throwing it out there. The rental referral agencies, they reach out to owners of apartment complexes, and they come into a contract and agreement with them that if they introduce a renter to these apartments and they sign a rental agreement, that the owner will pay a rental referral fee to that agency. Okay, that's what a rental referral agency is. So basically, like a company like Best Rent NJ, they basically say to the owner, hey, listen, we'll put together a website for your complex. We'll do high quality photos. We advertise the hell out of it. We have a highly trafficked website that targets renters all over the place through our ads. And so we're more likely to get a big audience of renters, and so we'll introduce them to your property, and if they rent from you, you'll pay us a commission. Okay, that's basically it. And so here's an example of what they do. If I go to their website here, just to show you, they have they target only renters, right? This is only about renters and renting. And they show some of their complexes. Some of them are new buildings, some of them are older buildings. A lot of these are newer. But they have something like 85 communities that you could search through. You could do the search here. And basically here, you click on one of them. Let's click on this one in Edison. All brand new, brand new, brand new. Basically, they put together this page just for this complex with the, this one is in Piscataway. Said Edison Lights, said Edison. Okay, it's in Piscataway though. But they got these high quality photos or renderings. If they're not built yet, they may make these office drawings and renderings. Like this isn't an actual photo; these are renderings here. These pictures. But if it's already built, they'll have these high quality photos that they'll put in there and tours, and then they do the floor plan layouts. Like you have one bedroom. You have multiple one-bedroom models here. One bedroom plus a den, different square footages. So they have different layouts. Oh my God, look how much rent is. That is crazy. 2 bedrooms, $3,100. You could pay a mortgage on that. So basically, you can look at the floor plans. You click on any of these, and they give you like floor plans, So they make it nice and inviting where people can see the different layouts and such, They also do things like what some of the features are of these apartments, what do they have locally to them. There's going to be a map with local attractions that shows you what's going on here in the area, what's around it. Then you could see the list of the schools and shopping and movie theaters and fitness and all that stuff, restaurants all around it, and other apartment complexes that are in the area. Okay, so here's some of the older ones like this, Edison Village, the Rivendell, Blueberry, okay? So you click on these, they basically do the same thing. But you'll see, like the older ones, you'll see actual photos in there, not the renderings, okay? But they do nice quality photos, professional photos and floor plans and such, right? And you see they have all these different layouts. So therefore, they're going to have a bunch of different floor plans for the different layouts of the different apartments. So now it makes it easier to shop online. And for renters too. So they're more likely to get those clients for those landlords of those apartment complexes, and then they earn a fee. Now, can they just start marketing a property without the owner's consent? No. You have to have some sort of an agreement or a listing. So no property can be offered or commission earned without the owner's written consent. You either have to have a listing agreement or a referral agreement of some sort. And when you advertise a property, its status must be accurate. You can't advertise a property as available if there's no units available, right? So if one of these apartments, like they show you the different layouts of different types of apartments, if none of them are available, you can't advertise them as being available. So you have to, look, advertised properties must be checked every day to see if one of those units are still available for all the different layouts and models and floor plans, okay? So yes, the rental referral agency contacts the owners of these buildings every day to see if there's a unit still available or not. because they could have rented it out themselves. And listings that are not advertised, but simply that they got listing agreements for. So if a renter walks into our rental referral agency's office, that they could show them. They don't advertise it like online or anywhere else. They just have it in their listing inventory. They still need to check every 3 days to make sure the status of those are available. Okay, so needs to know for exam. With rental referral agencies, how often do you need to check to see if a unit's available? If it's advertised, every day. If it's a listing that's not advertised, every 3 days. And any advance fees of $25 or more have to be put into the escrow account. So here's where we would highlight all that stuff that we just went over. This is on page 10 under rental referral companies. Here's the highlights for what we just went over.
Good.
All right. Now, this is something that's no longer in this chapter, in this version book, but I'll still go over it. They moved this to chapter 18 now, but this used to be at the end of chapter 1, several versions of the book before. But I like to go over this stuff because some of these things are kind of referred to throughout the book a little bit. Interstate property sales. The regulations are contained in the Real Estate Sales Full Disclosure Act that protects consumers from undue sales pressure from unscrupulous brokers and developers and marketeers. This is like with timeshare sales. Okay. The Bureau of Subdivided Land Sales Control. This is a department within the Real Estate Commission. One guy basically does this. Before any out-of-state properties can be marketed to New Jersey residents, or some large in-state subdivisions can be marketed, they need to get approvals first that they are licensed and bonded to complete the project and to confirm that the project actually exists. They're not just selling you some swampland in Florida. Because that used to be a thing in the past, They used to sell swampland in Florida to people, telling them, oh, this is a great up-and-coming project, and da-da-da-da-da-da. And in the meantime, it was swampland. So to make sure they're actually not selling you nonsense that doesn't exist, they need to make sure that it's there. So this investigator from the Bureau of Subdivided Land Sales Control will go to that state. The developer will pay for their flight, airfare, hotel stay, meals, all that stuff. And they go out to these spots and they just confirm all the paperwork, licensing, bonding, etc. And then once they do, then it can be marketed. Then we can market it as salespeople. Okay, remember, if you could only sell real estate if you're a licensed salesperson. So these developers will come to us and we'll be marketing it. Okay. But we need to make sure before you start marketing any out-of-state properties like this that they have proper licensing and bonding in place already. And buyers have a 7-day right of rescission for these properties. What is a right of rescission? What does the word rescind mean? It means to cancel, to take back, to give up. Okay. To undo. All right. So you have a 7-day right of rescission. If you sign a contract to buy one of these properties, you got 7 days to back out of it. Advertising language rules state that all contracts and disclosures must be available in the same language that a property was advertised in. Now we're talking about property ads. We're not just talking about general real estate ads here. So we're not just talking about like a general real estate ad. Hi, I'm Victor Kaminsky. I'm the greatest real estate agent in the world. Okay, like an ad like that. Okay, we're talking about if I advertise 123 Main Street in Woodbridge. Okay, I have to state that whatever language I advertised it in, all my contracts and disclosures that we have to give to the public, we have to also have them available in that same language. So if I advertise a property in Spanish, what language do I have to have all the contracts and disclosures in? English only, Spanish only, English and Spanish, or I do not deserve a real estate license. Those are your 4 answer options. Which one are you going to choose?
Spanish.
Now, why did you just say Spanish only? Well, because I did not tell you that I advertised it in English. I said I only advertised it in Spanish, right? I didn't say only. I just said I advertised it in Spanish. I didn't say anything about English. So that's the way you got to take these exam questions. You don't assume that you put it in the MLS, and the MLS is in English. So therefore, okay, I didn't say anything about that. You got to read the questions and take them at face value. So that's the way you would answer that question, and that would be correct. Okay. Now, on chapter 18, here is something we could go there and highlight this now if you wanted to. On page 343. So it said that the rules are intended to protect the public from unscrupulous developers and marketeers from undue sales pressure. Now, this includes all new construction for out-of-state properties or new construction for in-state, in the state of New Jersey, that have at least 100 lots or units, but not less than 10, as long as they have common area elements involved, like condos and cooperatives. They have the common areas like the hallways, the lawns, recreational facilities, parking spaces, parking lots, They all have to be given a 7-day right of rescission. That's for new construction only, not for resale properties, only for new construction. They get that 7-day right of rescission. Okay, everybody get that? Excellent. And then on page 344, let's highlight buyers have up to 7 calendar days to cancel the contract for the purchase or lease of such lands. And similar regulations apply to sales within the state of large subdivisions when ownership of common areas is involved. What is a large subdivision? I just had on the previous slide, at least 100 units. But if there's common areas and area elements involved, it can be less as long as it's not less than 10 units. So. And all the way down to bottom deals with that advertising. So this is in this section of the book, they're talking about subdivisions. So they're kind of like hyper focusing. So I want to dial it back a bit. Let's look from a further. We're talking about all real estate when we talk about advertising. And I wrote the word all here, and I just highlighted all New Jersey, all properties that are advertised in New Jersey in languages other than English. Subsequent forms must be available to prospective purchasers in the same language used in the original advertisement. And once again, this applies to new construction only. That's what I have written down there at the bottom. New construction only. Okay.
Victor, so are we saying that whether it's out-of-state property or in-state property, for all new properties, this is applicable?
Correct.
Okay.
The version of in the book, it looks like they're only focusing on out-of-state properties, but that's because this section is pertaining to subdivisions of out-of-state properties, you know, but then they also talk about subdivisions of in-state properties. So it gets a little confusing. So I just like to tell you straight out, just study it that it's all properties, all properties.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Now, I know all the contracts and disclosure forms are available in English and Spanish. As far as other languages go, you cannot do the translation. They need to be transcripted properly. And that's actually a career. You know, there's people out there who do transcriptions. The people who are experts in law, and multiple languages. They can transcribe documents, you know, because there's some words in the English language that have separate legalese meanings to them. And so we need to make sure that if we're translating it, it translates, the meaning translates properly as well. So that's why we need these special people to transcribe contracts. And just because you may know multiple languages, you can't do it. You need to have somebody that has the understanding of also the separate legalese meanings to the words sometimes, okay? All right, so now I put together this slide. You guys may want to snap a picture of this. You're going to see this slide in just about every chapter. I'm going to bring it over and over again. You guys will see this slide. Basically, I created a slide talking about rights of rescission because throughout this book, it's all disjointed. Throughout this book, you're going to see rights of rescission for different things in different places. I put it all together in one slide for you. So first I start off with the word rescission. What does it mean? It's the right to cancel a contract within a given period, all right? Now, let's start off with the rescission periods for sales contracts. Once again, these all have to do with new construction, except for one, the last one down here, which deals with both new construction as well as resale of existing properties. And that's a 3-day attorney review period. A contract, after you sign it, it can be canceled for no reason at all until you're out of attorney review. And attorney review, they got to give you at least 3 days to do it. So 3 days for attorney review. Okay, there's a 7-day rescission period for out-of-state properties. Once again, new construction. All these are new construction. That are marketed in New Jersey. Then there's a 7-day for large in-state developments with 100 lots or more, but not less than 10 units. And they must have common areas like condos and co-ops. Once again, new construction only. There's a 5-day right of rescission also for the discovery of off-site conditions for new construction only. So it could be one standalone building. That's new construction. A new house was built. Okay, you go to buy that house. You have a 5-day right of rescission to back out of the contract for something that is off-site. That means that's not on the property, has nothing to do with the property. Like down the street, you find out the city dump is down the street after you signed a contract. Okay, well, normally you can't back out of a contract for buying my property because of something that's going on someone else's property. That's, you know, but there isn't a carve-out exception in the law for new construction for certain things like this because of some nonsense that happened years ago. Okay, so there was a lawsuit and legislation, and not all judges rule the same. One judge made a stupid decision, and the way that it ended up getting turned around is, you know, how can we as real estate agents, what do we got to disclose to all potential buyers, potential hazards and things that happen on other people's properties? I mean, how do we even begin to investigate that and to disclose it? And how far away? Well, where's the cutoff? You know, this all stemmed from a lawsuit that happened where somebody didn't disclose that there was some sort of a contaminated property a half a mile away. I mean, at what point? I mean, is it our responsibility to investigate properties a half a mile away from the house that we're selling? You know, where's the cutoff there? So the courts ended up with it giving a 5-day rescission for the purchase of new construction for off-site conditions. We're not required to do those investigations, but we got to give a buyer the opportunity to do their own investigations and 5 days to back out. Okay. Now, these last two rescission periods are not purchase contracts or sales contracts. They deal with the mortgage financing aspect for the financing. There's a 3-day rescission period for refinancing of property you already own. You guys know what refinancing means? Refinancing? It's when you get a new loan to pay off your existing loan. Why would anybody want to get a new loan to pay off their existing loan? Well, maybe it's a lower interest rate.
Better interest rates?
Yeah, exactly. That's usually the reason that people do it. To
Or
get
because somebody wants to take cash out to use for renovation.
or they do a cash out refinancing, or whether it's for renovations or if it's for going on vacation to take the money out, or to buy a car because their car died or something, whatever the reason is. Okay. There's multiple reasons why people do cash out refis. But you have a 3-day rescission period for refinancing property you already own that you could still back out even after you do the refinance. Now, there is zero right of rescission. There is no right of rescission for purchase money mortgages. A purchase money mortgage is basically, read it backwards, mortgage money to purchase. It's not a type of loan, or it's not a specific loan. It's a category of loans. It's any loan used to buy real estate. Purchase money mortgage, mortgage money to purchase. Okay. So if you read it backwards, it pretty much tells you what it is. And that also includes seller financing. It doesn't matter if you get it from the bank or if you get it from the seller. Sometimes seller financing is referred to as a purchase money mortgage, but basically any loan used to buy real estate is a purchase money mortgage. And so there's no right of rescission on those, because once you sign on the dotted line, you bought it. All right, so let me move on now. This guy. Anybody know him? Recognize him? Ryan Serhant. He's from a show on TV called $1 Million Listing Agent or $1 Million Agent, something like that. I don't know. I never seen it really myself. I think I may have seen like 10 minutes of it when they were younger and he was on the show, and other agents are on there now. They're like all young kids making wheeling and dealing, and in California and New York City, they're doing these multi-million-dollar deals and getting super rich, and they're acting like a bunch of immature kids. Anyway, he was one of the guys that was on this show too, and he gives a little good information here about understanding commissions and setting goals and how it works. So I'm going to save myself a little breath, and you guys can listen to him. Okay.
I sold over $4 billion worth of real estate over the last couple years. But what does that really mean? How much real estate agents actually make?
Can you guys hear him fine, or should I turn up that volume a little bit?
Fine.
I hear him fine.
Okay.
Hello, all you beautiful people. A few things before we get started. Yes, the book is still strapped to my damn hands. If you could please pre-order Big Money Energy. My new book comes out February 2nd. I wrote it during quarantine. The link is in the caption. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. The little thingy right here. Really, really, really important. I love you so much. Like all that. Send this to your friends. Most of you probably know me from $1 Million Listing New York on Bravo, a show I've been on for nearly 10 years. And on that show, they show me making money. The show's about selling property, personal life, and all that, but it's always capped by sale price, commission. And people see it and they're like, whoa, $2 million commission, $600,000 commission. Wow, 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 wow. But it doesn't go into the splits, doesn't go into the taxes, doesn't go into the marketing fees, doesn't go into all the little details that break out that entire commission dollar amount. And so I want to bring some clarity to all of you who might be thinking about getting into this business, because this is the greatest business in the world. And until a house can figure out how to sell itself to another house, there will always be a need for real estate agents. Now, let me say the obvious. New York City real estate is very different from the rest of the world. Our average price point in New York is just over $1 million for maybe a room this exact size. The rule of thumb in New York is you're paying about $1 million a bedroom. Now, obviously, we've sold things that are much, much, much more expensive. We just sold a 3-bedroom for $36 million. And there's also things that are much, much, much less expensive. But on average, that's the way you work. The rest of the United States, the average home sale price is just under $300,000. So commission amounts obviously vary, and you have to sell a lot more in other places to be able to make nearly as much as real estate agents make in New York City. But keep in mind, the splits that real estate agents in New York have with the house, so the main brokerage, are a lot lower than what you'll find in the rest of the country, and for good reason. There are massive expenses in New York. Do you have any idea how much it costs, not just to live in New York City, but how much it costs to operate a business in New York City? It's very, very, very expensive. So for all of you who are not yet in the real estate business and you're thinking about it, but you're nervous because you know there's no salaries and everything is commissioned and you have bills and you have loans, you have life to pay for, I want to walk you through exactly how the numbers work, okay? So let's say you sell something for $1 million. The average commission in the United States, including New York City, is 2.5%. Now sometimes.
Okay, let's stop right there. That's per side. Okay, he's looking at it from the aspect of the total commission was 5%. And if you were working only with the seller or only with the buyer, your side of the commission is 2.5%. That's what he's talking about there. He's not talking about the total commission being 2.5%. He's talking about that side of the transaction.
If you represent both sides of the deal, if you're in a state where you can do that, you can get 5% or 4% or 3%, whatever you negotiate with that seller or whatever you've negotiated with that buyer going into that deal. But more often than not, in the United States, the seller is paying a commission that is pre-negotiated with the seller's agent. The seller's agent then lists that property for sale in the MLS. By the way, in New York, no MLS. I know, it's crazy. And they advertise what the commission percentage is that they are willing to then pay the buyer's agent. So most often the selling agent goes to the seller and says, we can list it for X amount, so let's say $1 million, and the commission is going to be 5% because there's most likely going to be a buyer's agent and we need to pay 2.5 to them and 2.5 to us, and we split it 50-50. So let's say you're bringing the buyer. You bring the buyer and it's an amazing place, well priced, you jump on it, you get it for the $1 million, boom, commission. $1 million listing would then say $25,000. Now, if you're a brand new agent, most real estate brokerages start their agents on a 50-50 split, meaning for every dollar you bring in, the brokerage gets 50% of that. And again, for good reason. They're helping you, they're training you, they're providing leads a lot of the time. They're giving you all the resources, everything, so that you don't have to come out of pocket. Remember, everyone needs to make a living. And the less the brokerage makes off of you, the less they're going to help you. So $25,000 then is split in half if that's the split with the brokerage. So that's $12,500, and that goes to you. Now, if there are marketing costs, marketing fees that are taking off the top, maybe you had to get a taxi or some other expense and the brokerage paid it for you, so you didn't have to come out of pocket, that then gets deducted. Other real estate brokerages have desk fees, they have lead generation fees. So make sure you
don't ever pay desk fees. Do not go to a brokerage that charges you desk fees. In order to, basically that is, you can hang your license at my brokerage if you pay rent, whether you do a sale or not. That's what a desk fee is. Okay, that's basically, now why the hell would anybody in their mind want to do something like that? Well, this may be for more experienced agents who already have a book of business. They don't need any support from their brokers at all, and they want to get a higher commission split. So they'll pay a desk fee to the brokerage, and then the brokerage may pay them a higher commission split. But I've seen people who do not get higher commission splits before paying desk fees, and that's just stupid. Okay, don't do that. If you guys ever need me to evaluate an offer that was made or a commission schedule, like you're going shopping and comparing brokers, and you want me to review it with you, I could go over it with you and show you what exactly it is that they're offering you and explain it out and give you the pluses and minuses from my experiences and evaluate it with you if you like. Okay, but I'm not going to steer you in one direction or another to a broker. I'll just go over with you that commission structure, and then this way I also get a peek into what other brokers are doing out there. Okay, but either way, that's a way that I could help you out as well. Now, lead generation fees is also a big thing, especially with some of the bigger franchises. You know, you get the all those different ones out there these days. So I don't want to start throwing out names again, but you know, the Keller Williams, the Century 21s, the Remaxes, the EXPs, and all those other ones that are out there. They a lot of times, if the company provides leads to you, you know, especially these ones that are offering you 100% commission. Well, if it's a lead that they gave you, on top of the commission split, a lot of them will charge you a 35% fee for the lead. You know, so you got to know the details about what it is you're getting into before you start when you're selecting a broker. Okay, ask them what all the fees are. That's why I have that interview sheet for you. Ask them the questions about the fee schedules, the training, all that stuff. I have a whole list of questions for you to ask before you get involved and sign on the dotted line with any broker.
When you sign up with your brokerage, to be very, very clear as to what fees, costs, and expenses you are going to be responsible for, both upfront and what will be deducted from your check. I have agents who reach out to me every day who got into the business because of me, flattered, thank you. We say, hey, I just sold my first place. I was supposed to get $3,000, but I got $2,252 and all these things taken out. This is bullshit. Sirhan, have you ever dealt with this? Yeah. That's how the business works. Now, if you've only sold one place and you sold it for $1 million and you're a brand new agent and you're split with your brokerage is 50-50, then all you're going to make that whole year is $12,500. And if you don't have any other marketing expenses, that's great. Your check will be for $12,500. Oh, models and bottles. Hold the phone. Now, remember, there's also taxes. One of the big things that independent contractors, which all of us in the United States and most of us in the world forget, net after taxes, costs, and expenses. Remember that. You live in the net. You don't live in the gross. You live in the net. That was important for me to remember too when I first got into the business. One of my first checks ever was for $24,000. And I was like, dude, I can do anything now. Smarts come a lot later, especially when your tax accountant then says to you, oh, hey, by the way, we need X amount of dollars. And you're like, from where? From you. But I don't have that. If you're in New York, it's upwards of 50%. So make sure you understand what your income tax liability is in every single state. One of the reasons I love this business so much is that everything is in your control, which is good and bad. Right? The good is that you can sell as much as you want. No one is ever going to tell you that you've sold too much real estate. The way you're going to make the most money isn't by just selling one home. It's by selling lots of homes. I haven't sold billions and billions and billions of dollars worth of real estate because I sit there and count every single commission check and every single expense. I focus on goals. Let's say you want to get to $100,000 in income by year 2 or 3. Okay? How are we going to do that? Let's break it down by how much you need to actually sell. So if the average home sales price in the United States is just under $300,000, let's say $300,000. Okay? The average commission is 2.5%. So $300,000 times 0.025, okay, is $7,500. That is the total commission. Whatever the split is with your brokerage, you can do the math, follow along with me. But let's say, like we did at the beginning, you're a brand new agent, you're getting tons of resources, you're getting a lot of help. So you agreed 50-50 with your brokerage. That's what makes sense. So 50% of $7,500 is $3,750. That's how much you're going to make on average from one sale of a home that on average is $300,000. You want to make $100,000?
One side of
your
the commission.
home sale price where you are is $300,000. You need to sell on average just over 2 homes, hopefully more, every single month to make that number. The more people you know and that know you,
Or one home that you get both sides of the transaction. And that's if you're only at a 50-50 split. A lot of brokerages are offering more than that. Now, as a new agent, you may get 50-50 to start and then immediately go up to like 60% split afterwards or more, so don't just get wooed in by the commissions, though. And I'm going to tell you why. One of the most important things when selecting a broker is not the commission split. It's the training. Okay. You need training at the beginning. You need somebody to show you how to do the job. Hold your hand till you get comfortable doing it. Okay. Because what is 100% of nothing? Nothing. Okay. So they can offer to give you 100% commission, but if they don't teach you how to do the business and you don't get any sales out of it, you're not making anything. So it's really important to get that training. That training and that office support is very important. Now, I wouldn't stay with any place for the long term if they kept you at 50%. There has to be some realistic goal for you to advance. The more sales you do, the higher commission splits that you get. If the brokerage isn't offering that, they say, "Oh, just come back to us and we'll renegotiate it later." Yeah, I don't think so. But they should have some sort of a written scale or schedule on how the splits are going to work. And let's continue.
As a real estate salesperson, the more leads you're going to generate, the better your chances are of getting those 2+ homes sold every single month. That is the business. There's obviously a whole lot more that goes into it. Maybe we'll do more videos like.
So he just basically showed you the math of it and how to figure out your goals of how much money you want to earn based on the average sales price, which, by the way, is probably more than $300,000 now. Especially since people are fleeing New York like a plague with all that high crime that's going on over there and taxes and, listen. If you don't think politics plays a role in your real estate, you're being foolish. Look at the way that they're not enforcing crimes, the way that they're adding taxes. Eat the rich, tax the rich. People are fleeing New York like the plague. Even those that still work there, they're moving across into New Jersey because even if we charge jacked up rents to them or sell them houses at incredibly high prices than normal here, it's still cheaper than what they're paying for rent in New York, especially since rents in New York have been getting jacked up incredibly over the last few years. It's very expensive. And on top of it, you got to deal with filth, those dog-sized rats, worry about getting mugged. You think people who have children feel safe living there and letting their kids walk on the street? No, these things do play a role in people's behaviors. People may talk one way and they vote one way, but when it starts affecting them, their wallet, their pocketbook does the talking for them. They start doing the walking, So there's one thing to have your views on stuff, but when it starts affecting you like this, people start acting a different way. And you can see what's going on in New York right now. Some of that is already starting to trickle over in New Jersey now, too. But for the most part, we've been kind of good, a lot of our towns, in enforcing the laws. But it's trickling over. You're seeing some of that crime coming over to New Jersey, too.
Amen.
All right. What's that?
Oh, I said amen.
Oh, yeah.
I saw.
But, okay. So I got a couple problems here for you. We got a couple math problems, and then we're going to do the key terms to review. You know what? Let's start off by doing the key terms review, and then we'll do the math problems that I have prepared here for you at the end of the chapter. Okay. So let's start off with that. Let me on page 12. If everybody goes to page 12, I don't do the review questions. Those are your own practice. You can do on your own time. The answers are in the back of the book on page 5. What was it, 512 or something like that? 615. Okay. It was back there somewhere. Page 615. For these unit questions, the chapter questions at the end of each chapter, you can get the answers for all that stuff to do on your own time. I'm not going to do them with you. That's extra study for yourselves. So at the end of each chapter, as we finish it up, you may want to do that each day. Now, one thing I do like to go over is the key terms to review at the end of each chapter. This chapter only has one of these key terms to review, so we're going to go over this one set of key terms. Before we get started, though, on number six, I want you to write just above it, NJ statutes 45:15. So next to 6, where it says Real Estate License Act, just above it, write NJ statutes, STATUTES, New Jersey statutes 45:15. And then under 11, Title 11, Chapter 5, write Administrative Code.
Administrative what? What was the other word? Administrative?
Administrative Code, CODE, code. All right, so now we're going to get started. So basically, we're going to do it this way. I'm going to read off the answer on the right-hand side of the page. You guys are going to shout out what you think the corresponding answer is to it on the left-hand side of the page. There's no penalties for wrong answers, so shout them out as you get them. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, there we go. Do my version of Cash Cab here, okay? You guys remember that show on TV? That was great. Law governing the practice of real estate in New Jersey.
Real Estate License Act?
License Act.
6
Yeah.
is A, the Real Estate Licensing Act, also known as New Jersey Statutes, Title 45, Chapter 15. So 6 is A, correct. Classes required for license renewal.
Continuing education.
The CE class is correct. 3 is B. State rules and regulations for real estate licensees. The state rules and regulations for real estate licensees.
Title 11, Chapter 5?
11, Chapter 5.
Correct. 11 is C. Administrator of real estate licenses. Who is the administrator of real estate licenses?
New Jersey Real
Real
Estate
Estate Commission.
5 is D, correct. Member of a private real estate trade organization.
Realtor.
That would be the realtor, correct. And technically, who is the realtor? The broker,
The broker.
right? 7 is E.
You can buy it.
Money paid another broker for sending a client or customer.
Referral fee.
A referral fee.
Referral fee, correct. 8 is F, correct. One license to assist a broker in real estate transactions.
Salesperson.
9 is G, correct. Reimburses people defrauded or badly served by licensees in a real estate transaction.
Guarantee Fund.
That's what the guarantee fund is for. 4 is H. Individual licensed to charge the public for real estate services.
Broker.
The
Broker.
broker is the only one who can charge the public in return for a fee, right? So how do we do it as salespeople? Well, we do it in the name of the broker under which we're employed. So 1 is I. Licensee limited to presenting prospective clients and customers to the broker.
The
Referral
salesperson
agent.
is with the real estate.
Referral agent, or the way they have it written, salesperson licensed with a real estate referral company. 10 is J. Fully qualified broker who remains under another broker's supervision.
Broker salesperson.
That's a broker salesperson. 2 is K, correct. So that ends and concludes that chapter, but let's do the, I have a couple of math problems here for you. Let's go over them, shall we? Let's see if you guys can figure this out. I put that formula here for you that helps you figure it out, because this formula can be used for a lot of things, from commissions to tax stuff to investment stuff. It can be used for a lot of things. So here's the problem. Can you guys read it? Can you guys see it, or is it small for you?
No.
We could see it.
Okay. It says if a property sells for $325,000, keep in mind, you can use your calculators, and the total commission is 6%. The listing agency gets 60%, and the buyer's agent gets 60%. How much does the buyer's agency earn or get to keep? This is more of a comprehension problem than it is a math problem. It is right. It is not written wrong. Before anybody starts telling me, oh, that's more than 100%, it can't be more than 100%. It is written right. It's a tricky question, and they just want to see if you could follow the bouncing ball and understand the terms. They do the same. You're going to get a question just like this on state exam.
5,850.
So let's see if you guys can figure it out. If you guys can get it, don't shout out the answer. Send it to me in the chat window. Make sure you select my name from the drop down, Victor Kaminsky. Make sure you select my name from the drop down and you send it to me. I want to see if anybody gets this. A lot of people, they tell me they're great at math and they can figure this out, no problem. And I've had entire classes where not a person got it right. So let's see if you guys can get this here. It's actually quite a simple problem too. And when I do reveal it, you're going to be slapping yourselves in the head. You're going to be like.
One second.
So if a property sells for $325,000 and the total commission is 6%, actually, let me figure it out. So I see some people are giving me answers. Let me figure it out really quick. So before I reveal it, otherwise I have to take it off screen.
Here's the problem. You want to try to figure out the math?
Okay, let's see if anybody got it. Nope. Close, but no cigar. Nope. Nobody got it. I know we had just about everybody submitted an answer. Nobody got it yet. One person was very close. I don't know how he was off, but it was very close.
Mm-hmm.
So let's start doing the reveal a little bit. Let me see. Oh, somebody else submitted something. Nope. Here, let me do a reveal of a little bit of it. First, let's figure out what is the total commission. 325,000 times 6%, that's $19,500.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the question says if the listing agency gets 60% and the buyer's agent gets 60%. Okay, so let's stop here for a second. The listing agency gets 60% and the buyer's agent gets 60%. How much does the buyer's agency earn or keep? That's your question. If the listing agency is getting 60%, stop right there. How much is the other side getting percentage-wise?
40.
40. So what's 40% of the 60%? So basically the total commission is $19,500. The listing agency is getting 60%. What is 40% of $19,500?
7,800.
So 7,800, 19,500 times 40% is 7,800. But that is the total commission to the buyer's agency before they split it with their agent. How much is the agent getting to keep of that 7,800, which is the 100% of the total commission coming in?
It should be 3%, no? Half of the 6?
Well, if the question says the buyer's agent is getting 60%, how much does the buyer's agency earn or keep? Once again, if the agent's getting 60%, how much is the agency keeping?
40.
40. So what's 40% of the 7,800? So you got to do the 40% of the 40%, basically.
3,120.
So
Yeah, here, let me uncover and reveal it all here so that you can see it now. This is the way that it works. So 19,500, that's the total commission. 40% of that goes towards the buyer side. Now, commissions are usually not split like this, by the way. If you have a listing that's got 6%, 3% goes to the buyer's agency, 3% goes to the listing agency. It's usually an even split, okay? But that's not the way this question is worded because they want to see if you guys can figure it out, okay? So the total commission is 19.5. If listing agency gets 60%, stop right there. How much is the other side getting? 40. Okay, so we're asking ourselves a question about the question, and we figured that part out. So what's 40% of the total? 19,500, 7,800. Now, the buyer's agent is on a 60% split with their agency. So how much is their agency keeping? 40. So what's 40% of the 78? You guys could either figure out the buyer's agent's commission and then subtract it, or you could just skip right to it and say, well, if the agent's getting 60%, then the brokerage is keeping only 40. 7,800 times 40%. So there's two ways to get to that answer. But either way, that answer is 3,120. Correct. See, I told you you're going to be like, oh, you know. It's about fun. It's not really a math. It's not so much about the math. The math was kind of easy. It was more about stopping. It's a comprehension problem. They want you to stop and pay attention. Agency versus the agent, you know, and distinguishing the difference there and being able to figure that out. All right, so whoever wants to snap a picture of that, snap a picture of it, because I'm going to cover it back up, and then we're going to move to the next problem. I'm going to put another slide. Okay, everybody good? All right, next one. This one I pretty much gave you how many feet are in an acre, even though I told you on exams, school exam, state exam, we don't give it to you. You need to know how many feet are in an acre. So here's one problem where I already have it all worked out. And I have the answer and everything displayed here for you, just to show you, refresh your mind of how this works. And then I'm going to give you a problem like this to figure out on your own. So if you have a lot here that is 2.5 acres, how many feet are there in a 2.5 acre lot? How do you figure that out? Well, if 1 acre is 43,560, you just times it by 2, or 2.5 because it's 2.5 acres. And that gives you 108,900 feet. So there's 108,900 square feet in a 2.5 acre lot. Now, if this lot is 500 feet deep and it sells for $1,000 per front foot, how much would the lot sell for? Well, we need to figure out how wide the lot is. Well, if it's 500 feet deep, you just take the total square footage divided by the length of one side, and it gives you the width. So we're gonna round it down to the closest we're gonna round it down here because we want a full front foot, not the closest. We don't round up because that's not a full foot. So we're just going to keep it at the closest footage. So it's 217. So 217 times 1,000, that's 217,000. That's how we figured that out. Everybody good so far? All right. Now I'm going to give you one that you figure out on your own. And then I think this is pretty much the last one, and then we're done for today too. Okay, so a 3 acre lot can be subdivided into 50 by 100 minimum lot sizes. How many lots can it be subdivided into, and how much will the seller make if each lot sells for $150,000? If you get the answer, once again, send it to me in the chat window and make sure you select my name from the drop-down list so you're not sending it to everybody. Let's see if you could get it. Oops. Answer. Nope. So first step is you need to figure out how many feet are there in 3 acres. How do you figure that out?
43,560 times 3,
There you go.
which is 136.80.
Okay, so let me get to the right slide here. So there we go. So yeah, the first step is how many feet are in it? 43,560 times 3. That gives you 3 acres is 130,680 square feet. Then it says the 3 acre lot can be subdivided into 50 by 100 minimum lot sizes. How many square feet are there in 50 by 100?
5,000.
5,000. So
That's 26 lots.
So 130,680 divided by 5,000, that basically gives you 26.14, or rounded, it's 26. So we got the first part of the problem answered right there, 26 lots. Now, how much money are they going to make? Yes, I believe Kalamalesh, you got it.
So you do 26 times 150, no?
Then you do 26 times 150,000, correct? And you come up with 3.9
9 million.
What should I do now?
1 second, Ariella.
So if you guys want to snap a picture of that, be my guest. And that's how we work out the problem. Not anything too complicated there. You know, just got to take it step by step, you know. By the way, anytime you see a lot size like this listed as 50 by 100 or 50 by whatever, or whatever the first number is, that first number is always the width of the front of the lot. Okay, just so that you know. That's the side facing the street. The front of the lot. Unless it's a waterfront property and then frontage is measured on the side that faces the water. So 50 by 100. Okay. Everybody got it? You good? I can move it?
Yes.
All right. Cover that back up. And that concludes this chapter, and we're also concluding our day. We're done here. So let me first give you let me stop